distant and weakly testified to phantoms, are averred to have been seen in various times and climes, but, as Lord Nugent points out, this wonderful story is attested upon the oath of 3 officers, men of honour and discretion, and of 3 other gentlemen of credit, selected by the King as commissioners to report upon these prodigies, and to tranquillise and disabuse the alarms of a country town, adding, moreover, in confirmation their testimony to the identity of several of the illustrious dead, as seen among the unearthly combatants, who had been well known to them and who had fallen in the battle. A well-supported imposture, adds Lord Nugent, or a stormy night on the hillside, might have acted on the weakness of a peasantry, in whose remembrances the terrors of the Edge Hill fight were still fresh. Now, down below it says here, the Battle of Edge Hill, between the forces of the King and those of the Parliament, had been fought about 2 months previous to the first appearance of these apparitions. But it is difficult to imagine how the minds of officers sent there to correct the illusions could have been so imposed upon. It will also be observed that no inference is attempted by the witnesses to assist any notion of a judgment or warning favourable to the interests or passions of their own party. The pamphlet referred to by Lord Nugent was printed immediately after the events it records on the 23rd of January, 1642. It narrates the appearance of the late apparitions and records the particulars of the prodigious noises of war and battle at Edge Hill, near Cainton in Northamptonshire, and its trust is certified to by William Wood, Esquire, and Justice for the Peace for the same county, and Samuel Marshall, preacher of God's word in Cainton, and other persons of quality. Omitting the introductory matter, which merely refers to the antiquity of, and the great mass of evidence in favour of the reality of apparitions, and modernising the spelling, this strongly accredited pamphlet reads thus: Edge Hill, in the very confines of Warwickshire, near unto Cainton, is in Northamptonshire, a place, as appears by the sequel, destined for civil wars and battles, as were King John fought a battle with his barons a sudden, whilst they were in their cognitions, appeared in the air the same incorporeal soldiers that made those clamours, and immediately, with ensigns displayed, drums beating, muskets going off, cannons discharged, horses neighing, which also to these men were visible. The alarum or entrance to this game of death was one army, which gave the first charge, having the king's colours, and the other, the Parliament's, at the head or front of the battle, and so pell-mell to it they went. The battle that appeared to the king's forces seeming at first to have the best, but afterwards to be put into apparent rout, but still 2 or 3 in the morning in equal scale continued this dreadful fight, the clattering of arms, noise of cannons, cries of soldiers, so amazing and terrifying the poor men, that they could not believe they were mortal, or give credit to their eyes and ears. Run away they durst not for fear of being made a prey to these infernal soldiers, and so they, with much fear and affright, stayed to behold the success of the business, which at last suited to this effect. After some 3 hours' fight, that army which carried the king's colours withdrew, or rather appeared to fly, the other remaining, as it were, masters of the field, stayed a good space, triumphing and expressing all the signs of joy and conquest, and then, with all their drums, trumpets, ordnance, and soldiers, vanished. The poor men, glad that they were gone, that had so long stayed them, there against their wills, made with all haste to Cainton, and there knocking up Mr. Wood, a justice of peace, who called up his neighbour, Mr. Marshall, the minister, they gave them an account of the whole passage, and averred it upon their oaths to be true, at which affirmation of theirs, being much amazed, they should hardly have given credit to it, but would have conjectured the men to have been either mad or drunk, but they not known some of them to have been of approved integrity, and so, suspending their judgments till the next night, about the same hour, they with the same men, and all the substantial inhabitants of that and the neighbouring parishes drew thither, were, about half an hour after their arrival on Sunday, being Christmas night, appeared in the same tumultuous warlike manner, the same 2 adverse armies, fighting with as much spite and spleen as formerly, and so departed the gentlemen and all the spectators, much terrified with these visions of horror, withdrew themselves to their houses, beseeching God to defend them from those hellish and prodigious enemies. The next night they appeared not, nor all that week, so that the dwellers thereabout were in good hope that they had for ever departed. But on the ensuing Saturday night, in the same place, and at the same hour, they were again seen with far greater tumult, fighting in the manner aforementioned, for 4 hours, or very near, and then vanished, appearing again on Sunday night, and performing the same actions of hostility and bloodshed, so that Mr. Wood and others, whose faith it should seem was not strong enough to carry them out against these delusions, forsook their habitations thereabout, and retired themselves to other more secure dwellings. But Mr. Marshall stayed, and some other So, successively the next Saturday and Sunday, the same tumults and prodigious sights and actions were put in the state and condition they were formerly. The rumour whereof coming to his Majesty at Oxford, he immediately dispatched thither Colonel Lewis Kirk, Captain Dudley, Captain Wainman, and 3 other gentlemen of credit, to take full view and notice of this said business, who, at first hearing of the true attestation and relation of Mr. Marshall and others, stayed there till the Saturday night following, wherein they heard and saw the forementioned prodigies, and so on Sunday, distinctly knowing divers of the apparitions, or incorporeal substances, by their faces, as that of Sir Edmund Varney, and others that were there slain, of which upon oath they made testimony to his Majesty. What this doth portend, God only knoweth, and time perhaps will discover. But doubtlessly it is a sign of his wrath against this land for these civil wars, which he in his good time finish and send a sudden peace between his Majesty and Parliament. So let us read something about Edinburgh. In Scotland, of course, this is Canongate. About the beginning of the 18th century stood a grand mansion near the head of the Canongate, the site of which now, however, is covered with buildings of a very different character. With this old mansion is connected a tale of terror, the circumstances of which were well known and talked about no longer ago than the beginning of the present century. A friend of Sir Walter Scott, in whose early life the story was still current, furnished him with the account from which the following version of the tradition is derived. At the period referred to, a divine of great sanctity was summoned in the middle of a certain night to come and pray with a person at the point of death. This was no unusual summons, but the consequences which followed were very terrifying. He was forced into a sedan chair, and after having been carried for a considerable distance, was set down in a remote part of the city, where, at the muzzle of a cocked pistol, he was compelled to submit to being blindfolded. In the course of the discussion which his remonstrances caused, he heard enough, and indeed saw enough, of their garb to make him conjecture stood buildings of an inferior style. When the flames were at their height, the tumult which usually attends such a scene was suddenly suspended by a marvellous apparition. A beautiful female in an extremely rich but very antique style of night-dress appeared in the very midst of the fire, and in an awful voice uttered these terrifying words: "Once burned, twice burned, the third time I will scare you all." The belief in this story, says our authority, was formerly so strong that on a fire breaking out and seeming to approach the fatal spot, there was a good deal of anxiety testified, lest the apparition should make good her denunciation. So I hope you enjoyed those short readings. I will do some more for you very soon. This has been Kate at the Library Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to do a bit more reading from this lovely book. It's called Haunted Homes and Family Legends, and it was published in 1901. So we're going to take a little look through and decide on a story to start with. So, lots of these stories are rumours and local stories and legends. So let us start with this one. Now, this is about Powys Castle, and there's also an illustration here. Here is Powys Castle. Let's begin. According to Camden, this ancient stronghold was formerly called Castith Coch, or Red Castle, on account of the colour of the stone with which it was built. It stands on a rocky elevation in the midst of a well-wooded park, and despite the restoration which it has undergone at the hands of Sir Robert Smirke, is not considered a thing of beauty. If the outside be irregular in style, the interior is heavy and gloomy, and thoroughly appropriate for the localization of ghostly legends. It possesses, among other interesting relics, a state chamber, still maintained in the exact condition it was in when prepared for the reception of Charles I. Since the time of Queen Elizabeth, when the surrounding estate was purchased by the Herberts, Powys Castle has been the seat of the Earls Powys. There are naturally various legends connected with this time-honoured dwelling, one being that the lake in the castle park, from which the adjacent town of Welshpool takes its name, shall sometimes overflow and deluge the town. desirous of probing this strange story to the core, sent for the woman and earnestly besought her to tell him the whole truth about the affair. She promised to give him as exact an account as she possibly could, and then proceeded with the following narration, to the correctness of which many persons could bear witness. She described herself as a poor woman who obtained a livelihood by spinning hemp and lino, and stated that it was customary for the farmers and gentlemen of the district to grow enough hemp or line in their fields for their own home consumption, and as she was a good hand at spinning, she was accustomed to go from house to house to inquire for work. It was the custom at houses where she stayed to provide her with meat and drink, and if necessary with lodging, whilst she was thus employed, and when she left, to make her some little present. She then told them all that had taken place and showed them the box. The steward dare not meddle with it, but his wife was of a more courageous temperament, and with the assistance of the other servants, tugged it out and found the key in the place indicated by the apparition. The woman stated that, by the way in which they lifted it, it appeared to be pretty heavy, but that she did not see it opened, and therefore did not know what it contained. Whether money or writings of importance to the family, or both. The servants took it away with them, and the woman averred that she then went to bed and slept peacefully till the morning. It appeared, from what was subsequently learnt, that the box and its contents were sent to the Earl in London, together with an account of how it was discovered and by whom. The Earl immediately set down orders to his steward to inform the poor woman, who had been the means of this discovery, that if she would come and reside in his family, she should be comfortably provided for the remainder of her days. Or, if she did not care to reside constantly with them, if she would let him know when she wanted assistance, she should be liberally supplied at his lordship's expense as long as she lived. And according to the account related by Mr. John, Hampson, it was a fact well known to the neighbourhood that the woman had been supplied from the Earl's family ever since the time when the affair was said to have happened. Well, that's where that story ends, so we will never really know what was inside the box. Okay, let us have a look at another story. Okay, let's take a look at this one now. Okay, so this is a place called Scoria House. It seems impossible to explain away the well-vouched for facts of the following marvellous historic incident by any theory of coincidence. The points of identity between the tragedy enacted afar off and the dreams in Cornwall are so many that the calculus of probabilities would scarcely include their agreement within the rules of the possible. And if not by coincidence, by what law can the mystery be analysed? It is not our task, however, to attempt to solve the problem, but to tell the story, basing our narrative upon the account which was given in the Times newspaper of August the 16th, 1868. It was on the night of the 11th of May, 1812, according to the version of the story told by the Times during the lifetime of Mr. Williams, that gentleman then residing at Scoria House, near Redruth in Cornwall, awoke his wife, and in great agitation informed her that he had dreamt he was in the lobby of the House of Commons, and had seen a man shoot with a pistol a gentleman who had just entered the lobby, and who was said to be the Chancellor. Mrs. Williams very naturally replied that it was only a dream, and endeavoured to calm her husband by recommending him to go to sleep again. He did fall asleep again, but shortly certainly exactly that of Mr. Percival. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, and although he has been to me the greatest enemy I ever met with, for a supposed cause which had no foundation in truth, or words to that effect, I should be exceedingly sorry indeed to hear of his being assassinated, or of any injury of the kind happening to him. Mr. Tucker then asked Mr. Williams if he had ever seen Mr. Percival, and was told that he never had seen him, nor had ever even written to him, either on public or private matters. In short, that he had never had anything to do with him, nor had he ever been in the lobby of the House of Commons in his life. In the midst of this conversation, and whilst the two gentlemen were still standing, they heard a horse gallop up to the door of the house, and immediately afterwards Mr. Michael Williams of Trevenna, son of Mr. Williams of Scoria, entered the room, and said that he had galloped out from Truro, a distance of 7 miles, having seen a gentleman there who had come by that evening's mail from London, who said that he was in the lobby of the House of Commons on the evening of the 11th, when a man called Bellingham had shot Mr. Percival, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and that as it might occasion some great ministerial changes, and might affect Mr. Tucker's political friends, he had come out as fast as he could to make him acquainted with it, having heard at Truro that he had passed through that place in the afternoon on his way to Scoria House. After the astonishment which this unexpected fulfilment of the dream caused him a little subsided, Mr. Williams most particularly described the appearance and dress of the man whom he beheld in his dreams fire the pistol, as he had previously described Mr. Percival. Some 6 weeks after the fatal affair, Mr. Williams, having business in London, availed himself of the opportunity to go, accompanied by a friend, to the House of Commons, where, as has already been stated, he had never been before. As soon as he came to the steps at the entrance of the lobby, he stopped and said, "This place is as distinctly within my recollection in my dream as any room in my house," and he repeated the observation when he entered the lobby. He then pointed out the exact spot where Bellingham stood, and which Mr. Percival had reached when he was struck by the ball, and where and how he fell. The dress and appearance of both Mr. Percival and his assassin, Bellingham, are declared to have agreed exactly, even to the most minute particular, with the descriptions given by Mr. Williams. The Times, when furnishing its readers with this wonderful story, drew attention to the fact that Mr. Williams was still alive, and would therefore have denied any inaccuracy in their account, whilst he is now gone to his curacy. He has promised to send up the hands of this tenant and his man, and the farmer's men as far as they are concerned. Mr. Brereton, the rector, would have him say nothing of the story, for that he can get no tenant, though he has offered the house for £10 a year less. Mr. B, the former incumbent, whom the apparition represented, was a man of a very ill report, supposed to have got children of his maid, and to have murdered them, but I advised the curate to say nothing of this last part of B, but to leave that to the parishioners who knew him. The narrative enclosed by Caswell of the apparition, as written out by the curate, the Reverend Thomas Wilkins, on the 15th of December 1695, is as follows. At Warblington, near Havant, Hampshire, within 6 miles of Portsmouth, in the parsonage house, dwelt Thomas Purse, the tenant, with his wife and child, a manservant Thomas and a maidservant, about the beginning of August 1695, on a Monday, about 9 or 10 at night, all being gone to bed except the maid with the child, she being in the kitchen and having raked up the fire, took a candle in one hand and the child in the other arm, and turning about, saw someone in a black gown walking through the room, and thence out of the door into the orchard. Upon this, the maid, hasting upstairs, having recovered but 2 steps, cried out, on which the master and mistress ran down, found the candle in her hand, she grasping the child about its neck with the other arm. She told them the reason of her crying out. She would not that night tarry in the house, but removed to another belonging to one Henry Salter, farmer, where she cried out all the night from the terror she was in, and she could not be persuaded to go to the house upon any terms. On the morrow, Tuesday, the tenant's wife came to me, lodging then at Havant, to desire my advice and have consultation with some friends about it. I told her I thought it was a flam, and that they had a mind to abuse Mr. Brereton, the rector, whose house it was. She desired me to come up. I told her I would come up and sit up, or lie there as she pleased, for then, as to all stories of ghosts or apparition, I was an infidel. I went thither and sat up the Tuesday night with the tenant and the manservant. About 12 or 1 o'clock I searched all the rooms in the home to see if anybody were hid there to impose upon me. At last we came into a lumber room. There I smiling told the tenant that was with me that I would call for this apparition, if there was any, and oblige him to come. The tenant then seemed to be afraid, but I told him I would defend him from harm, and then I repeated Barbara, Cellar and Darrell, etc., jestingly. On this the tenant's countenance changed, so that he was ready to drop down with fear. Then I told him I perceived he was afraid, and I would prevent its coming, and repeated Paralipton, etc. And then he recovered his spirits pretty well, and we left the room and went down into the kitchen, where we were arm's length of it, and asked it, in the name of God, what it was that made it come disturbing of us. I stood some time expecting an answer, and receiving none, and thinking it might be some fellow hid in the room to fright me. I put out my arm to feel it, and my hand seemingly went through the body of it, and felt no manner of substance, till it came to the wall. Then I drew back my hand, and still it was in the same place. Till now, declares Mr. Wilkins, I had not the least fear, and even now had very little. Then I adjured it to tell me what it was. When I had said those words, it, keeping its back against the wall, moved gently along towards the door. I followed it, and it, going out of the door, turned its back towards me. It went a little along the gallery. I followed it a little into the gallery, and it disappeared, where there was no corner for it to turn. And before it came to the end of the gallery, were the stairs. Then I found myself very cold from my feet as high as my middle, though I was not in great fear. I went into the bed betwixt the tenant and his man, and they complained of my being exceedingly cold. The tenant's man leaned over his master in the bed, and saw me stretch out my hand towards the apparition, and heard me speak the words. The tenant also heard the words. The apparition seemed to have a morning gown of a darkish colour, no hat nor cap, short black hair, a thin, meagre visage of a pale, swarthy colour, seemed to be of about 45 or 50 years old, the eyes half shut, the arms hanging down, the hands visible beneath the sleeves, of a middle stature. I related this description his experience as a permanent record. Thanks to this, it has become a classic of English ghost lore. Archaeological investigation has since uncovered a Roman military station near Treasurer's House, and a road of the same period passing directly beneath it, at about the level described by Mr. Martindale. Successive building over the centuries has of course elevated modern York several yards above its earliest habitation. Treasurer's House is open to the public and is in the care of the National Trust, which describes it as an elegant townhouse dating from medieval times. Mr. Martindale's ghost sighting was not the only one recorded in York in 1953. That same year, the caretaker of the English Museum made headlines after he announced that he had encountered a man in Edwardian clothing in the library. He told the press, "He looked as solid as you or I, and I thought he was a real person. He was dressed in a frock coat with drainpipe trousers, and was wearing elastic-sided ghosts, those of soldiers dating from the years of the English Civil War. There are the spirits of hundreds of wounded parliamentarians who were crowded into the courtyard when it became a makeshift hospital. Sadly, most of them died of their injuries or subsequent infection. York's most striking medieval landmark is undoubtedly the Minster. Minster is an Anglo-Saxon word referring to a missionary church and recalls pagan Viking Jorvik. Its formal title is the Cathedral and Metropolitical Church of St. Peter in York, and it is the seat of the Archbishop of York. A church has been on the site since the 7th century, but the glorious edifice we see today dates almost entirely from the 13th to the 15th centuries. The minster was completed in 1472. A number of ghosts have been reported at York Minster. The apparition of a man in Elizabethan costume, for example, has been seen sauntering in the nave. Equally anonymous are two female figures glimpsed from time to time. In the north transept, a clue to their identity is suggested by the fact that they manifest near a window dedicated to nurses who cared for the wounded during the First World War. More recognisable is the ghost of a notable clergyman, Dean Gale, who died in 1702. He has sometimes been seen sitting in the choir, gazing up at the pulpit. His first appearance was a few weeks after his decease, when the man appointed to succeed him was reading his debut service at Holy Communion. The new dean looked down to see his predecessor staring back at him. He froze with the shock and had to be helped out of the pulpit. The other ghost, said to have been seen on more than one occasion in the minster, is of a man who could not have been more different to the amiable Dean Gale. Jonathan Martin, born in 1783, was a religious fanatic whose obsessions became more and more extreme and potentially dangerous. As the years progressed, it seems likely he was suffering from some form of progressive mental illness or possibly brain damage brought on by a head wound he received when he served in the Royal Navy, fighting the French. The unfortunate Martin spent time in an asylum, and his time out of it writing threatening letters to clergymen he believed were in league with the devil. His madness came to a head on the 1st of February 1829, when he concealed himself in the minster until the visitors and clergy had left and it was locked up for the night. Martin then emerged from his hiding place, stripped himself naked and proceeded to bash up the furniture, which he piled up to form a pyre. He then set light to his holy bonfire and escaped through a smashed window as the flames took hold in the choir. The conflagration raged all night and was only put out the following morning, by which time it had done considerable damage to the medieval interior of the choir and other parts of the minster. At his trial, Martin made no attempt to deny his crime, but rather gloried in it, claiming that God had commanded him to start the fire in order to cleanse York of its sins. He was carted back off to the asylum, his belief that he was God's representative on earth, unshaken for the rest of his life. From time to time, it is said, Martin's ghost appears in the choir, but you may wish to avert your eyes if you do see this startling apparition, for Martin appears stark naked and capering about in mad glee. Another spooky phenomenon linked with the Minster Fire of 1829 is a mysterious blue light that drifts from the nave to the distinct in the areas of clear glass. The group was described as seeming to enact a play beyond the glass. To quote Jack Hallam's Ghosts of the North, the two taller figures apparently showing grief and distress over the head of the smaller child. Their actions were not identical on each appearance, however. One witness recalled, on one occasion, when the mother and child had taken their departure, the medium figure, the nurse, waved her hands, and after walking slowly to the very edge of the window, turned round while on the pane of unstained glass, and waved her arm towards the other with what one would call a stage gesture, and then I most distinctly saw the arm bare neatly to the shoulder, with beautiful folds of white drapery hanging from it. Nothing could be plainer than the drag of the robes on the ground after the figures as they retired at the edge of the window where the clear glass was. Such detail implies more than a mere optical illusion, and no explanation has been offered as to how such an elaborate effect might have been created. The phenomenon remains enigmatic, with explanations being offered from mass hallucination to ghosts of plague victims or nuns from a priory which used to occupy the site. Holy Trinity was largely remodelled later in the 19th century, and the women in white have not been seen since. Although the identity of the Holy Trinity apparitions as nuns is conjectural, there seems no doubt in regards to another of York's celebrated ghosts, the Grey Lady. The Grey Lady's haunt is an unusual one for a nun. However, the Theatre Royal, the explanation for this is that she dates back to the 15th century, when a hospital stood on the ground now occupied by the St. Leonard's Place Theatre. Her story is a tragic one, but somewhat standard for ghostly nuns, that she was walled up alive for committing an unpardonable sin, probably of having the misfortune to fall in love. The Grey Lady has most often been encountered in a dressing room, but an actress got a clear view of her grey robes and white coif as she peered out of a stage box. The Theatre Royal is also said to be haunted by an amorous actor of the 18th century. He fought and lost a duel with a rival for the attentions of a chorus girl. Death failed to prevent him from going on with the show, however, for his ghost was seen to stride boldly onto the stage during a performance of his latest play, much to the horror of his understudy. Although this was to be the actor's last time treading the boards, his ghost has continued to haunt the theatre for many years. Several of York's impressive medieval bridges have survived. One of these, the Bootham Bar, is haunted by an anonymous nun. The name of the sad spectre haunting the environs of the Micklegate Bar is known to us, however. She is Sarah Brocklebank, whose father was kicked out of his job as gatekeeper when the key to the Micklegate went missing. He lost his position and they both lost their home. Sarah's father was convinced the loss was her fault, and she spent the rest of her life trying to prove him wrong, going so far as to pick over the city's rubbish tips in search of the key. In the end, her obsession with finding the missing key turned into madness, and her deranged spirit is still said to be searching for it. A number of other less impressive buildings in York also have their ghosts. An old house in Goodrem which the child became the only survivor of the plague when it descended on the house in the 17th century. The house was quarantined and locked up. One by one, all the family members and servants died, leaving the little girl alone and afraid in a house of death until she too succumbed to the disease. This chilling story could not, of course, be substantiated. Among the many haunted pubs and hotels in York can be counted the Dean Court Hotel, haunted by a humble cleaner, the Punch Bowl by a former landlord, the Windmill by the ghost of an ostler, the Golden Fleece by a Canadian Air Force officer, the Cock and Bottle, haunted by various ghosts, including one thought to be of George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham, and the Black Swan, where the legs of a man, but only his legs, have been seen descending a staircase. Shambles, or the Shambles, as visitors generally call it, is one of York's most popular tourist destinations. A narrow, bustling street of overhanging, timber-framed medieval houses, most of which have now been converted into shops, cafes and other attractions. One of these ancient edifices is known as the Pearl of York, and it contains a shrine to a woman who was canonised by the Pope as late as 1970. St. Margaret Clitheroe had lived in the house during the reign of Elizabeth I. She was a Catholic, a risky thing to be at the time, and she significantly increased the risk to her life and liberty by creating a secret chamber in her home in order to hide visiting priests. With numerous plots abroad to depose and murder the Protestant queen, harbouring priests was a serious offence. At length, Margaret was caught, but she refused to admit to something she considered to be no crime, and refused to plead either guilty or not guilty. This led the court with no choice but to extract a confession, or at least her cooperation, through a torture known as pressing. They laid a board over the unfortunate Margaret, onto which they placed heavy weights one at a time. Her spirit remained uncrushed, but her body gave way, and Margaret died. She believed she was dying for her faith, and refused to let her last breath to acknowledge any wrongdoing. A shrine to St. Margaret can now be visited in her former home. The house is haunted by a vague apparition, that of a woman. Inevitably, this has been linked to St. Margaret Clitheroe, and many believe it to be the visiting spirit of this brave martyr. And that ends the Ghosts of York. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers. I shall see you very soon. Sleep well. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate, atmosphere of terror. It entered, stealthily descending the 3 steps that led from the entrance down into the chamber of horror, and my mother felt it was death. He was dwarfish, bent and shriveled. He carried on his shoulder a heavy axe, and had come, she thought, to destroy all her little ones at one fell swoop. On the entrance of the shape, my sister Alexis leapt out of the rank, interposing herself between him and my mother. He raised his axe and aimed a blow at Catherine, a blow which, to her horror, my mother could not intercept, though she had snatched up a 3-legged stool, the sole furniture of the apartment for that purpose. She could not, she felt, fling the stool at the figure without destroying Alexis, who kept shooting out, and in between her this did not. For a year and 10 months the poor child lingered, and almost every night I had to sing her asleep. Often I remember, through bitter tears, for I knew she was dying, and I loved her the more as she wasted away. I held her little hand as she died. I followed her to the grave, the last thing that I have ever loved on earth, and the dream was fulfilled. Truly and sincerely yours, J. Noel Patten. this, he said, naught vexed me but that it was empty. I thought if it had been but full of malt, he might have ground his hand out for more. When he was in bed, he heard, as it were, the gobbling of a turkey cock close to the bedside, and soon after the sound of one stumbling over his shoes and boots, but there was none there, sister telling my mother what had happened. She said, "If I hear anything myself, I shall know how to judge." Soon after, she begged her mother to come into the nursery. She did, and heard in the corner of the room, as it were, the violent rocking of a cradle, but no cradle had been there for years. She was convinced it was preternatural, and earnestly prayed it might not disturb her in her own chamber at the hours of retirement, and it never did. She now thought it was proper to tell my father, but he was extremely angry and said, "Suki, I am ashamed of you. These boys and girls frighten one another, but you are a woman of sense and should know better. Let me hear of it no more." At 6 in the evening he had family prayers as usual. When he began the prayer for the king, a knocking began all around the room, and a thundering knock attended the Amen. The same was heard from this time every morning and evening, while the prayer for the king was repeated. As both my father and mother are now at rest, and incapable of being pained thereby, I think it is my duty to furnish the serious reader with a key to this circumstance. The year before King William died, my father observed my mother did not say Amen to the prayer for the king. She said she would not, for she did not believe the Prince of Orange was king. He vowed he would never cohabit with her until she did. He then took his horse and rode away, nor did she hear anything of him for a 12-month. He then came back and lived with her as before, but I fear his vow was not forgotten before God. Being informed that Mr. Hoole, the vicar of Haxey, resumes John Wesley, could give me some further information, I walked over to him. He said, referring to the bygone disturbances at Epworth Parsonage, "Robert Brown came over to me and told me your father desired my company. When I came, he gave me an account of all that had happened, particularly the knocking during family prayer. But that evening, to my great satisfaction, we heard no knocking at all. But between 9 and 10, a servant came in and said, 'Old Geoffrey is coming.' That was the name of one that had died in the house, for I hear the signal. This, they informed me, was heard every night about 10:15. It was towards the top of the house, on the outside, at the north-east corner, resembling the loud creaking of a saw, or rather that of a windmill, when the body of it is turned about in order to shift the sails to the wind. We then heard a knocking over our heads, and Mr. Wesley, catching up a candle, said, 'Come, sir, now you shall hear for yourself.' We went upstairs, he with much hope, and I, to say the truth, with much fear. When we came into the nursery, it was knocking in the next room. When we went there, it was knocking in the nursery, and there it continued to knock, though we came in, and particularly at the head of the bed, which was of wood, in which Miss Hetty and 2 of her younger sisters lay. Mr. Wesley, observing that they were much affected, though asleep, sweating and trembling exceedingly, was very angry, and pulling out a pistol was going to fire at the place whence the sound came, but I snatched him by the arm and said, 'Sir, so, you cannot hurt it, but you give it power to hurt you. He then went close to the place and said sternly, Thou deaf and dumb devil, why dost thou fright these children who cannot answer for themselves? Come to me in my study, that I am a man. Instantly it knocked his knock, the particular knock which he always used at the gate, as if it would shiver the board to pieces, and we heard nothing more that night. Commenting upon this portion of the narrative as furnished by the Reverend Mr. Hoole, John Wesley remarks, Till this time my father had never heard the least disturbance in his study, but the next evening, as he attempted to go into his study, of which none had the key but himself, when he opened the door it was thrust back with such violence as had like to have thrown him down. However, he thrust the door open and went in. Presently there was a knocking, first on one side, then on the other, and after a time, in the next room, wherein my sister Nancy was. He went into that room, and the noise continuing, adjured it to speak, but in vain. He then said, These spirits love darkness, put out the candle and perhaps it will speak. She did so, and he repeated the adjuration, but still there was only knocking, and no articulate sound. Upon this he said, Nancy, 2 Christians are an overmatch for the devil. Go all of you downstairs, it may be when I am alone he will have courage to speak. When she was gone, a thought came into his head, and he said, If thou art the spirit of my son Samuel, I pray knock 3 knocks and no more. Immediately all was silent, and there was no more knocking at all that night. I asked my sister Nancy, then 15 years old, whether she was not afraid when my father used that adjuration. She answered she was sadly afraid it would speak when she put out the candle, but she was not at all afraid in the daytime, when it walked after her, only she thought when she was about her work he might have done it for her and saved her the trouble. By this time, continues John Wesley, all my sisters were so accustomed to these noises that they gave them little disturbance. A gentle tapping at the bedhead usually began between 9 and 10 at night. Then they commonly said to each other, Geoffrey is coming, it is time to go to sleep. And if they heard a noise in the day, and said to my younger sister, Hark, Kezzy, Geoffrey is knocking above, she would run upstairs and pursue it from room to room, saying she desired no better diversion. My father and mother had just gone to bed, says Wesley, citing another instance of these mysterious disturbances, and the candle was not taken away when they heard 3 blows, and a second and a third 3, as it were with a large oaken staff, struck upon a chest which stood by the bedside. My father immediately rose, put on his nightgown, and hearing great noises below, took the candle and went down. My mother walked by his side. As they went down the broad stairs, they heard as if a vessel full of silver was poured upon my mother's breast and ran jingling down to her feet. Quickly after, there was a sound as if a large iron bell were thrown among many bottles onto the stairs, but nothing was heard. Soon after, our large house that he could not sleep till 4 in the morning. Several gentlemen and clergymen now earnestly advised my father, concludes Wesley, to quit the house, but he constantly answered, "No, let the devil flee from me, I will never flee from the devil." But he wrote to my eldest brother at London to come down. He was preparing so to do when another letter came informing him the disturbances were over after they had continued the latter part of the time, day and night, from the 2nd of December to the end of January. The elder Wesley's diary fully confirms all the more remarkable portions of John Wesley's narrative, and even mentions some curious incidents not given by the son. For instance, the Reverend Samuel says, "I have been thrice pushed by an invisible power, once against the corner of my desk in the study, a second time against the door of the matted chamber, a third time against..." the right side of the frame of my study door as I was going in. On the 25th of December, he records, "Our mastiff came whining to me, as he did always after the first night of its coming, but then he barked violently at it, but was silent afterwards and seemed more afraid than any of the children." John Wesley also received several lengthy letters from various members of the family, corroborating the various details already given, but these communications are too lengthy to cite, besides being frequently but repetitious of the same or similar stories. From a letter written by Emily Wesley, afterwards Mrs. Harper, some extracts, however, may be given. "A whole month was sufficient to convince anybody," she writes, "of the reality of the thing. I shall only tell you what I myself heard, and leave the rest to others. My sisters, in the paper chamber, had heard noises and told me of them, but I did not much believe, till one night, about a week after the first groans were heard, which was the beginning. Just after the clock struck 10, I went downstairs to lock the doors, which I always do. Scarce had I got up the west stairs when I heard a noise like a person throwing down a vast coal in the middle of the fore kitchen, latches were frequently lifted up, the windows clattered, and whatever iron or brass was about the chamber rung and jarred exceedingly. When it was in any room, let them make what noise they would, as they sometimes did, its dead hollow note would be clearly heard above them all. The sound very often seemed in the air, in the middle of a room, nor could they ever make any such themselves by any contrivance. It never came by day till my mother ordered the horn to be blown. After that, time scarce, any one could go from one room into another, but the latch of the room they went to was lifted up before they touched it. It never came into my father's study till he talked to it sharply, calling it a deaf and dumb devil, and bid it cease to disturb the innocent children, and come to him in his study if it had anything to say to him. From the time of my mother desiring it not to disturb her, from 5 to 6, it was never heard in her chamber from 5 till she came downstairs, nor at any other time, when she was employed in devotion. No satisfactory explanation of these remarkable circumstances has ever, so far as we can discover, been afforded. So there we go. A couple of readings from Haunted Homes and Family Legends. I hope you enjoyed that little reading. This has been Kate at the Library Whispers saying, I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to read to you another story for Halloween from this lovely book. It is the Mammoth Book of Thrillers, Ghosts and Mysteries. And today I'm going to read an Agatha Christie story for you. This is titled The Blue Geranium. Let's begin. When I was down here last year, said Sir Henry Clithering, and stopped. His hostess, Mrs. Bantry, looked at him curiously. The ex-commissioner of Scotland Yard was staying with old friends of his, who lived near St. Mary Mead. Mrs. Bantry, pen in hand, had just asked his advice as to who should be invited to make a 6th guest at dinner that evening. Yes, said Mrs. Bantry, encouragingly, when you were here last year. Tell me, said Sir Henry, do you know a Miss Marple? Mrs. Bantry was surprised. It was the last thing she had expected. No Miss Marple? Who doesn't? The typical old maid suppose there's something in that, conceded Mrs. Bantry. One would at least know the petty side of people. But I don't think we have any really exciting criminals in our midst. I think we must try her with Arthur's ghost story after dinner. I'd be thankful if she'd find a solution to that. I didn't know that Arthur believed in ghosts. Oh, he doesn't. That's what worries him so. And it happened to a friend of his, George Pritchard, a most prosaic person. It's really rather tragic for poor George. Either this extraordinary story is true, or else. Or else what? And Mrs. Bantry did not answer. After a minute or two, she said, irrelevantly, "You know I like George. Everyone does. One can't believe that but people do such extraordinary things." Sir Henry nodded. He knew better than Mrs. Bantry the extraordinary things that people did. So it came about that evening Mrs. Bantry looked around her dinner table, shivering a little as she did so, because the dining room, like most English dining rooms, was extremely cold, and fixed her gaze on the very upright old lady sitting on her husband's right. Miss Marple wore black lace mittens. An old lace fichu was draped round her shoulders, and another piece of lace surmounted her white hair. She was talking animatedly to the elderly doctor, Dr. Lloyd, about the workhouse and the suspected shortcomings of the district nurse. Mrs. Bantry marvelled anew. She even wondered whether Sir Henry had been making an elaborate joke, but there seemed no point in that. Incredible that what he had said could be really true. Her glance went on and rested affectionately on her red-faced, broad-shouldered husband as he sat talking horses to Jane Hellier, the beautiful and popular actress. Jane, more beautiful, if that were possible, off the stage than on, opened enormous blue eyes and murmured at discreet intervals, "Really? Oh, fancy! How extraordinary!" She knew nothing whatever about horses and cared less. "Arthur," said Mrs. Bantry, "you're boring poor Jane to distraction. Leave horses alone and tell her your ghost story instead. You know, George Pritchard." "Eh, Dolly? Oh, but I don't know. Sir Henry wants to hear it too. I was telling him something about it this morning. It would be interesting to hear what everyone has to say about it." "Oh, do," said Jane. "I love ghost stories." "Well," Colonel Bantry hesitated, "I've never believed much in the supernatural. But this. I don't think any of you know George Pritchard. He's one of the best. His wife, well, she's dead now, poor woman. I'll just say this much. She didn't give George any too easy a time when she was alive. She was one of those semi-invalids. I believe she had really something wrong with her, but whatever it was, she played it for all it was worth. sensible. Woman to talk to. She put up with Mrs. Pritchard's tantrums and nerve storms with complete indifference. Mrs. Pritchard always lunched upstairs, and it was usual at lunchtime for George and the nurse to come to some arrangement for the afternoon. Strictly speaking, the nurse went off from 2 to 4, but to oblige, as the phrase goes, she would sometimes take her time off after tea if George wanted to be free for the afternoon. On this occasion, she mentioned that she was going to see her sister at Golders Green and might be a little late returning. George's face fell, for he had arranged to play a round of golf. Nurse Copling, however, reassured him. "Will neither of us be missed, Mr. Pritchard?" A twinkle came into her eye. "Mrs. Pritchard's going to have more exciting company than ours." "Who's that?" "Wait a minute." Nurse Copling's eyes twinkled more than ever. "Let me get it right. Sarita, psychic reader of the future." "Oh, Lord," groaned George. "That's a new one, isn't it?" "Quite new. I believe my predecessor, Nurse Carstairs, sent her along. Mrs. Pritchard hasn't seen her yet. She made me write, fixing an appointment for this afternoon." "Well, at any rate I shall get my golf," said George, and he went off with the kindliest feelings towards Sarita, the reader of the future. On his return to the house, he found Mrs. Pritchard in a state of great agitation. She was, as usual, lying on her invalid couch, and she had a bottle of smelling salts in her hand, which she sniffed at frequent intervals. "George," she exclaimed, "what did I tell you about this house? The moment I came into it, I felt there was something wrong. Didn't I tell you at the time?" Repressing his desire to reply, "You always do," George said. "No, can't say I remember." "You never do remember anything that has to do with me. Men are all extraordinarily callous, but I really believe that you are even more insensitive than most." "Oh, come now, Mary dear, that's not fair." "Well, as I was telling you, this woman knew at once. She actually blenched, if you know what I mean, as she came in at that door, and she said, 'There is evil here, evil and danger. I feel it.'" Very unwisely, George laughed. "Well, you have had your money's worth this afternoon." His wife closed her eyes and took a long sniff from her smelling bottle. "How you hate me! You would cheer and laugh if I were dying." George protested, and after a minute or two she went on. "You may laugh, but I shall tell you the whole thing. This house is definitely dangerous to me. The woman said so." George's formerly kind feeling towards Sarita underwent a change. He knew his wife was perfectly capable of insisting on moving to a new house if the caprice got hold of her. "What else did she say?" he asked. "She couldn't tell me very much. She was so upset. One thing she did say. I had some violets in a glass. She pointed at them and cried out, 'Take those away. No blue flowers. Never have blue flowers. Blue flowers are fatal to you. Remember that.' And you know," added Mrs. Pritchard, "I always have told you that blue is a colour as repellent to me. I feel a natural instinctive sort of warning against it." George was much too wise to remark that he had never heard her say so before. Instead, he asked what the mysterious Sarita was like. Mrs. Pritchard entered with gusto upon a description. Black hair in coiled knobs over her ears, her eyes were half closed, great black rims round them, seen the future. Be warned before it is too late. Beware of the full moon. The blue primrose means warning. The blue hollyhock means danger. The blue geranium means death. Just about to burst out laughing, George caught Nurse Copling's eye. She made a quick warning gesture. He said rather awkwardly, "The woman's probably trying to frighten you, Mary. Anyway, there aren't such things as blue primroses and blue geraniums." But Mrs. Pritchard began to cry and say her days were numbered. Nurse Copling came out with George upon the landing. "Of all the silly tomfoolery," he burst out. "I suppose it is." Something in the nurse's tone struck him, and he stared at her in amazement. "Surely, nurse, you don't believe—" No, Mr. Pritchard, I don't believe in reading the future. That's nonsense. What puzzles me is the meaning of this. Fortune tellers are usually out for what they can get, but this woman seems to be frightening Mrs. Pritchard with no advantage to herself. I can't see the point. There's another thing. Yes, Mrs. Pritchard says that something about Zerida was faintly familiar to her. Well, I don't like it, Mr. Pritchard, that's all. I didn't know you were so superstitious, nurse. I'm not superstitious, but I know when a thing is fishy. It was about 4 days later after this that the first incident happened. To explain it to you, I shall have to describe Mrs. Pritchard's room. You'd better let me do that, interrupted Mrs. Bantry. It was papered with one of these new wallpapers where you apply clumps of flowers to make a kind of herbaceous border. The effect is almost like being in a garden, though of course the flowers are all wrong. I mean, they simply couldn't be in bloom all at the same time. Don't let a passion for horticultural accuracy run away with you, Dolly, said her husband. We all know you're an enthusiastic gardener. Well, it is absurd, protested Mrs. Bantry, to have bluebells and daffodils and lupins and hollyhocks and Michaelmas daisies all grouped together. Most unscientific, said Sir Henry, but to proceed with the story. Well, among these massed flowers were primroses, clumps of yellow and pink, primroses and— Oh, go on, Arthur, this is your story. Colonel Bantry took up the tale. Mrs. Pritchard rang her bell violently one morning. The household came running, thought she was in extremis. Not at all. She was violently excited and pointing at the wallpaper, and there, sure enough, was one blue primrose in the midst of the others. "Oh," said Miss Helier, "how creepy." The question was, hadn't the blue primrose always been there? That was George's suggestion and the nurse's, but Mrs. Pritchard wouldn't have it at any price. She had never noticed it till that very morning, and the night before had been full moon. She was very upset about it. "I met George Pritchard that same day, and he told me about it," said Mrs. Bantry. "I went to see Mrs. Pritchard and did my best to ridicule the whole thing, but without success. I came away really concerned, and I remember I met Jean Instow and told her about it. Jean is a queer girl, she said, so she's really upset about it. I told her that I thought the woman was perfectly capable of dying of fright. She was really abnormally superstitious. I remember Jean rather startled me with what she said next. She said, 'Well, that might be all for the best, mightn't it?' And she said it so coolly, in so matter-of-fact a tone, that I was really, shocked. Of course I know it's done nowadays to be brutal and outspoken, but existence would be the best thing that could happen to him. I said, George is most awfully good to her, always, and she said, yes, he deserves a reward, poor dear. He's a very attractive person, George. Pritchard. The last nurse thought so. The pretty one. What was her name? Carstairs. That was the cause of the row between her and Mrs. B. Now I didn't like hearing Jean say that. Of course one had wondered. Mrs. Bantry paused significantly. Yes, dear, said Miss Marple placidly. One always does. Is Miss Instow a pretty girl? I suppose she plays golf. Yes, she's good at all games, and she's nice looking, attractive looking, very fair with a healthy skin and nice steady blue eyes. Of course we always have felt that she and George Pritchard, I mean if things had been different, they are so well suited to one another. And they were friends? Asked Miss Marple. Oh yes, great friends. Do you think, Dolly, said Colonel Bantry plaintively, that I might be allowed to go on with my story? Arthur, said Mrs. Bantry resignedly, wants to get back to his ghosts. I had the rest of the story from George himself, went on the Colonel. There's no doubt that Mrs. Pritchard got the wind up badly towards the end of the next month. She marked off on a calendar the day when the moon would be full, and on that night she had both the nurse and then George into her room and made them study the wallpaper carefully. There were pink hollyhocks and red ones, but there were no blue amongst them. Then, when George left the room, she locked the door. And in the morning there was a large blue hollyhock, said Miss Elliot joyfully. Quite right, said Colonel Bantry, or at any rate, nearly right. One flower of a hollyhock, just above her head, had turned blue. It staggered George, and of course, the more it staggered him, the more he refused to take the thing seriously. He insisted that the whole thing was some kind of practical joke. He ignored the evidence of the locked door, and the fact that Mrs. Pritchard discovered the change before anyone, even Nurse Copling, was admitted. It staggered George, and it made him unreasonable. His wife wanted to leave the house, and he wouldn't let her. He was inclined to believe in the supernatural for the first time, but he wasn't going to admit it. He usually gave in to his wife, but this time he wouldn't. Mary was not to make a fool of herself, he said. The whole thing was the most infernal nonsense. And so the next month sped away. Mrs. Pritchard made less protest than one would have imagined. I think she was superstitious enough to believe that she couldn't escape her fate. She repeated again and again the blue primrose, warning, the blue hollyhock, danger, the blue geranium, death, and she would lie looking at the clump of pinky red geraniums nearest her bed chisel. One look at the still figure on the bed was enough for Nurse Coupling. She sent George to telephone for the doctor, but it was too late. Mrs. Pritchard, he said, must have been dead at least 8 hours. Her smelling salts lay by her hand on the bed, and on the wall beside her, one of the pinky red geraniums was a bright, deep blue. Horrible, said Miss Elliot with a shiver. Sir Henry was frowning. No additional details. Colonel Bantry shook his head, but Mrs. Bantry spoke quickly. The gas. What about the gas? Asked Sir Henry. When the doctor arrived, there was a slight smell of gas, and sure enough, he found the gas ring in the fireplace very slightly turned on, but so little that it couldn't have mattered. Did Mr. Pritchard and the nurse not notice it when they first went in? The nurse said she did notice a slight smell. George said he didn't notice gas, but something made him feel very queer and overcome. But he put that down to shock, and probably it was. At any rate, there was no question of gas poisoning. The smell was scarcely noticeable. And that's the end of the story. No, it isn't. One way and another, there was a lot of talk. The servants, you see, had overheard things. Had heard, for instance, Mrs. Pritchard telling her husband that he hated her and would jeer if she were dying, and also more recent remarks. She had said one day, apropos of his refusing to leave the house, "Very well, when I am dead, I hope everyone will realise that you have killed me." And as ill luck would have it, he had been mixing some weed killer for the garden baths the very day before. One of the younger servants had seen him and had afterwards seen him taking up a glass of hot milk to his wife. The talk spread and grew. The doctor had given a certificate. I don't know exactly in what terms. Shock, syncope, heart failure. Probably some medical term meaning nothing much. However, the poor lady had not been a month in her grave before an exhumation order was applied for and granted, and the result of the autopsy was nil, I remember, said Sir Henry gravely. A case, for once, of smoke without fire. The whole thing is really very curious, said Mrs. Bantry. That fortune teller, for instance, Sarita, at the address where she was supposed to be, no one had ever heard of such a person. She appeared once, out of the blue, said her husband, and then utterly vanished, out of the blue. That's rather good. And what is more, continued Mrs. Bantry, little Nurse Carstairs, who was supposed to have recommended her, had never even heard of her. They looked at each other. It's a mysterious story, said Dr. Lloyd. One can make guesses, but to guess. He shook his head. Has Mr. Pritchard married Miss Instow? Asked Miss Marple in her gentle voice. Now, why do you ask that? Inquired Sir Henry. Miss Marple opened gentle blue eyes. It seems to me so important, she said. Have they married? Colonel Bantry shook his head. We expected something of the kind, but it's been 18 months now. I don't believe they even so much as see each other. That is important, said Miss Marple. Very important. Then you think the same as I do, said Mrs. Bantry. You think? Now, Dolly, said her husband, it's unjustifiable what you're going to say. You can't go about accusing people without a shadow of proof. Don't be so manly, Arthur. Men are always afraid to say anything. Anyway, this is all between ourselves. It's just a wild, fantastic idea of mine that possibly, only was I saying? If you wish to kill anyone, prompted Sir Henry. Oh yes. Well, if I did, I shouldn't be at all satisfied to trust to fright. I know one reads of people dying of it, but it seems a very uncertain sort of thing, and the most nervous people are far more brave than one really thinks they are. I should like something definite and certain, and make a thoroughly good plan about it. Miss Marple, said Sir Henry, you frighten me. I hope you will never wish to remove me. Your plans would be too good. Miss Marple looked at him reproachfully. I thought I had made it clear that I would never contemplate such wickedness, she said. No, I was trying to put myself in the place of a certain person. Do you mean George Pritchard? Asked Colonel Bantry. I'll never believe it of George, though, mind you, even the nurse believes it. I went and saw her about a month afterwards, at the time of the exhumation. She didn't know how it was done. In fact, she wouldn't say anything at all, but it was clear enough that she believed George to be in some way responsible for his wife's death. She was convinced of it. Well, said Dr. Lloyd, perhaps she wasn't so far wrong, and mind you, a nurse often knows. She can't say, she's got no proof, but she knows. Sir Henry leant forward. Come now, Miss Marple, he said persuasively. You're lost in a daydream. Won't you tell us all about it? Miss Marple started and turned pink. I beg your pardon, she said. I was just thinking about our district nurse. A most difficult problem. More difficult than the problem of the blue geranium. It really depends on the primroses, said Miss Marple. I mean, Mrs. Bantry said they were yellow and pink. If it was a pink primrose that turned blue, of course, that fits in perfectly. But if it happened to be a yellow one... It was a pink one, said Mrs. Bantry. She stirred. They all stirred at Miss Marple. Then that seems to settle it, said Miss Marple. She shook her head regretfully. And the wasp season and everything, and of course the gas. It reminds you, I suppose, of countless village tragedies, said Sir Henry. Not tragedies, said Miss Marple, and certainly nothing criminal, but it does remind me a little of the trouble we are having with the district nurse. After all, nurses are human beings, and what with having to be so correct in their behaviour, and wearing those uncomfortable collars, and being so thrown with the family, well, can you wonder that things sometimes happen? A glimmer of light broke upon Sir Henry. You mean Nurse Carstairs? Oh no, not Nurse Carstairs. Nurse Coupling. You see, she had been there before, and very much thrown with Mr. Pritchard, who you say is an attractive man. I dare say she thought, poor thing, well, we needn't go into that. I don't suppose she knew about Miss Instow. Of course the letter really gave her away, didn't it? What letter? Well, she wrote to the fortune-teller at Mrs. Pritchard's request, and the fortune-teller came, apparently, in answer to the letter. But later it was discovered that there never had been such a person at that address, so that shows that Nurse Coupling was in it. She only pretended to write, so what could be more likely that she was the fortune-teller herself? I never saw the point about the letter, said Sir Henry. That's a most important point, of course. Rather a bold step to take, said Miss Marple, because Mrs. Pritchard might have recognised her in spite of the disguise, though of course if she had, the nurse could have pretended it was a joke. What did you mean, said Sir Henry, when you said that if you were a certain person you would not have trusted to fright? One couldn't be sure that way, said Miss Marple. the cyanide of potassium in a bottle with water, how like smelling salts it looks. And if it were put in a smelling salt bottle and substituted for the real one, well, the poor lady was in the habit of using her smelling salts. Indeed, she said they were found by her hand. Then, of course, while Mr. Pritchard went to telephone to the doctor, the nurse would change it for the real bottle, and she'd just turn on the gas a little bit to mask any smell of almonds, and in case anyone felt queer. And I always have heard that cyanide leaves no trace if you wait long enough, but of course I may be wrong. And it may have been something entirely different in the bottle, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Miss Marple paused, a little out of breath. Jane Hellier leant forward and said, "But the blue geranium and the other flowers." "Nurses always have litmus paper, don't they?" said Miss Marple, for testing. "Not a very pleasant subject, we won't dwell on it. I have done a little nursing myself." She grew delicately pink. Blue turns red with acids, and red turns blue with alkalis. So easy to paste some red litmus over a red flower near the bed, of course, and then, when the poor lady used her smelling salts, the strong ammonia fumes would turn it blue. Really most ingenious. Of course the geranium wasn't blue when they first broke into the room. Nobody noticed it till afterwards, when nurse changed the bottles. She held the sal ammoniac against the wallpaper for a minute, I expect. "You might have been there, Miss Marple," said Sir Henry. "What worries me," said Miss Marple, "is poor Mr. Pritchard and that nice girl, Miss Instow, probably both suspecting each other and keeping apart, and life so very short." She shook her head. "You needn't worry," said Sir Henry. "As a matter of fact, I have something up my sleeve. A nurse has been arrested on a charge of murdering an elderly patient who had left her a legacy. It was done with cyanide of potassium, substituted for smelling salts. Nurse Coupling tried the same trick again. Miss Instow and Mr. Pritchard need have no doubts as to the truth." "Now isn't that nice?" cried Miss Marple. "I don't mean about the new murder, of course. That's very sad and shows how much wickedness there is in the world, and that if once you give way, which reminds me, I must finish my little conversation with Dr. Lloyd about the village nurse." And that ends Agatha Christie's Blue Geranium. I hope you enjoyed that. This has been Kate of the Library Whispers. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate of the Library Whispers, and today I'm going to read you a spooky story for Halloween. It's from this lovely old book, The Mammoth Book of Thrillers, Ghosts and Mysteries. So we're going to go all the way to the back of the book for this story. And the story is called The Coat, and it's by A.E.D. Smith. So let's begin. I am quite aware that the other fellows in the office regard me as something of an oddity, circumstances, is always liable to be thus misjudged by inferior minds, and ordinarily I treat the opinion of my colleagues with the contempt it deserves. But at this particular moment I was beginning to think that perhaps after all there might be something to be said for their view, for though I might still repudiate the queer bird part of the business, undoubtedly I was an ass, a first-class chump. Otherwise I should have been spending my holidays in a nice comfortable way with the rest of the normal world, listening to the bureaus or winking at the girls on the promenade of some seaside resort at home, instead of having elected to set out alone on this idiotic bush-bike tour of a little-known part of France, drenched, hungry and lost, a stranger in a strange land, dispiritedly pushing before me a heavily laden bicycle with a gashed tyre. Such was the present result of my asinine choice. The storm had overtaken me miles from anywhere, on a wild road over a spur of the Vosges, and for nearly 2 hours I had trudged through the pelting rain without encountering a living soul, or the least sign of human habitation. And then, at long last, rounding a bend, I glimpsed just ahead of me the chimney pots and gables of a fair-sized house. It was a lonely, desolate-looking place, standing amid a clump of trees a little way back from the road, and somehow, even at a distance, did not convey a very inviting impression. Nevertheless, in that wilderness it was a welcome, enough sight, and in the hope of finding temporary shelter and possibly a little badly needed refreshment, I quickened my pace towards it. 200 yards brought me to the entrance gates, and here I suffered a grievous disappointment, for the roofless porter's lodge, the dilapidated old gates hanging askew on their hinges, and the overgrown drive beyond, plainly indicated that the place was no longer inhabited. I speedily comforted myself, however, with the reflection that, in the circumstances, even a deserted house was not to be despised as a refuge. Once, under cover of some kind, I might make shift to wring out my drenched clothing and repair my damaged mount, and without further ado I pushed my bicycle up the long neglected drive and reached the terrace in front of the house itself. It proved to be an old chateau, half smothered in creepers and vines that had long gone wild, and, judging by the carved stone coat of arms over the main entrance, had once been occupied by a person of some quality. Mounted on a pedestal on either side of the iron-studded front door stood a rusty carronade, trophies probably of some long-forgotten war in which the former occupier had played a part. Most of the windows had been boarded up, and it was evident that the place had stood empty for many years. I tried the front door. To my surprise it was unfastened, and a thrust of my shoulder sent it creaking grudgingly back on its hinges. My nostrils, as I stepped into the dim wide hall, were at once assailed by the stale, disagreeable odour of rotting woodwork and mouldy hangings and carpets. For a moment or two I stood peering uncertainly about me, with the slight feeling of eeriness that one usually experiences when entering an old, empty house. Facing me was a broad staircase, with a long, stained glass window, almost opaque with dirt and plaster of the ceiling had come down altogether. Green mould covered the 18th century furniture, curtains and draperies hung in tatters, and one half of the beautiful old Persian carpet, from a point near the door right across to the fireplace, was overspread by an evil-smelling bright orange fungus. The fireplace gave me an idea. Could I find fuel? I might light a fire, make myself a hot drink, and get my clothes properly dried. A little searching in the outbuildings discovered a sufficient quantity of old sticks to serve my purpose, and with a bundle of them under my coat, I re-entered the house and briskly made my way upstairs again. But on the threshold of the big room, without quite knowing why, I suddenly checked. It was as though my legs, of their own volition, had all at once become reluctant to carry me further into the apartment, as if something quite outside of me were urging me to turn about and retreat. I laid the sticks down at my feet, and for a moment or two stood there uncertainly in the doorway. I was beginning to sense some subtle suggestion of danger in the atmosphere of the place. Everything was apparently just as I had left it, yet I had an uneasy sort of feeling that, during my brief absence, something evil had entered that room and left it again. I am neither a nervous nor a superstitious person, yet I found myself, a moment later, rather shamefacedly picking up my sticks and moving back towards the head of the stairs. Actually, it was not so much fear as a vague, precautionary sense of unease that prompted me. It had occurred to me that perhaps I might feel more comfortable if I remained nearer to the front door and made my fire in one of the rooms on the ground floor. If it was an idiotic fancy, I know, but, well, if anything, queer did happen, and I had to make a sudden bolt for it, I could get out quicker that way. It was on this second descent of the stairs, as I faced the light from the open front door, that I suddenly noticed something that pulled me up with a decided start. Running up the centre of the staircase, and quite fresh in the thick dust, was a broad, broken sort of track, exactly as though someone had recently trailed up an empty sack or something of that nature. From the foot of the staircase I traced this track across the hall to a spot immediately below an old moth-eaten coat that hung from one of a row of coat pegs on the opposite wall. And then I saw that similar tracks traversed the hall in various directions, some terminating before the doors on either side, others leading past the foot of the stairs to the rear regions of the house, but all seeming to radiate from the same point below the coat pegs. And the queerest thing about it all was that of footprints, other than my own, there was not a sign. Uneasiness once more assailed me. The house appeared to be uninhabited, and yet, plainly, someone or something had recently been in the place. Who or what was the restless, questing creature that had made those strange tracks to and from the old coat? Was it some half-witted vagrant, a place certainly felt creepy, and I shouldn't have cared to spend the night there, but it would be ridiculous to allow mere idle fancies to drive me out again into that beastly rain before I'd made myself that badly needed hot drink and mended my bicycle. I therefore opened the door nearest to me and entered a smallish room that apparently had once been used as a study. The fireplace was on the side opposite to the door, and the wide ancient grate was still choked with the ashes of the last log consumed there. I picked up the poker, a cumbersome old thing with a knob as big as an orange, raked out the asks, and laid my sticks in approved Boy Scout fashion. But the wood was damp, and after I had used up half my matches, refused to do more than smoulder, whilst a backdraft from the chimney filled the room with smoke. In desperation I went down on my hands and knees and tried to rouse the embers into flame. By blowing on them, and in the middle of this irksome operation I was startled by a sound of movement in the hall, a single soft flop, as though someone had flung down a garment. I was on my feet in a flash, listening with every nerve taut. No further sound came, and automatic in hand, I tiptoed to the door. There was nothing in the hall, nothing to be heard at all save the steady swish of the rain outside, but from a spot on the floor directly below the old coat, the dust was rising in a little eddying cloud, as though it had just been disturbed. Bah! A rat, I told myself, and went back to my task. More vigorous blowing on the embers, more raking and poking, more striking of matches, and in the midst of it again came that curious noise, not very loud, but plain and unmistakable. Once more I went into the hall, and once more, except for another little cloud of dust rising from precisely the same spot as before, there was nothing to be seen. But that sixth sense warning of imminent danger was becoming more insistent. I had the feeling now that I was no longer alone in the old empty hall, that some unclean, invisible presence was lurking there, tainting the very air with its foulness. There's no use, I said to myself. I may be a nervous fool, but I can't stand any more of this. I'll collect my traps and clear out whilst the going's good. With this, I went back into the room, and keeping a nervous eye cocked on the door, began with rather panicky haste to repack my haversack, and just as I was in the act of tightening the last strap, there came from the hall a low, evil chuckle, followed by the sound of a stealthy movement. I whipped out my weapon and stood where I was in the middle of the floor, facing the door, with my blood turning twice. Through the clink between the door hinges I saw a shadow pass. Then the door creaked a little, slowly began to open, and round it there came the goat. It stood there upright in the doorway, as God is above me, swaying a little as though uncertain of its balance, collar and shoulders extended as though by an invisible wearer, the old musty coat I had seen hanging in the hall. For a space that seemed an eternity I stood like a man of stone, facing the thing as it seemed to pause on the threshold. A dreadful sort of hypnotism held me rooted to the spot on which I stood, a hypnotism that completely paralysed my body and caused the pistol to slip from my nerveless fingers, and yet left my brain clear. Mingled with my frozen terror was a feeling of deadly nausea, step by step, with my bulging eyes riveted in awful fascination on the thing I was recalling before it, step by step, with the rigid, unconscious movement of an automaton, I drew back until I was brought up with my back pressed into the fireplace and could retreat no further. And still, with deadly malevolent purpose, the thing crept towards me. The empty sleeves were rising and shaking, reaching out towards my throat. In another moment they would touch me, and then I knew, with the most dreadful certainty, that my reason would snap. A coherent thought somehow came into my burning brain, something that I had read or heard of long ago, the power of the holy sign against the forces of evil. With a last desperate effort of will, I stretched out a palsied finger and made the sign of the cross, and in that instant my other hand, scrabbling frenziedly at the wall behind me, came into contact with something cold and hard and round. It was the knob of the old heavy poker. The touch of the cold iron seemed to give me instant repossession of my faculties. With lightning swiftness I swung up the heavy poker and struck with all my force at the nightmare horror before me, and lo, on the instant the thing collapsed and became an old coat, nothing more, lying there in a heap at my feet. Yet on my oath, as I cleared the hellish thing in a flying leap and fled from the room, I saw it, out of the tail of my eye, gathering itself together and making shape, as it were, to scramble after me. Once outside that accursed house, I ran as never man ran before, and I remember nothing more until I found myself half fainting before the door of a little inn. "Bring wine, in the name of God," I cried, staggering inside. Wine was brought, and a little wondering group stood round me while I drank. I tried to explain to them in my bad French. They continued to regard me with puzzled looks. At length a look of understanding came into the landlord's face. "Mon Dieu," he gasped, "it is possible that monsieur has been in that place. Quick, Juliet, monsieur will need another bottle of wine." Later I got something of the story from the landlord, though he was by no means eager to tell it. The deserted house had once been occupied by a retired officer of the First Napoleon's army, a semi-mad man with a strain of African blood in him. Judging from the landlord's story, he must have been one of the worst men that God ever allowed to walk the earth. "Most certainly, monsieur, he was a bad man, that one," concluded my host. "He killed his wife, and tortured every living thing he could lay hands on, even, it is said, his own daughters. In the end, one of them shot him in the back. The old chateau has an evil name. If he offered 1,000,000 francs, he would not get one of our country folks to go near the place. As I said at the beginning, I know that the other fellows in the office are inclined, as it is, to regard me as being a bit queer, so I haven't told any of them this story. Nevertheless, it's perfectly true. My brand new bicycle and touring straps are probably still lying where I left them in the hall of that devil-ridden chateau. Anybody who cares to collect them may keep them. And that ends the story of the coat. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye bye for now. is about an amusing chronicle of the tribulations of the ghost of Canterbury Chase, when his ancestral halls became the home of the American minister to the court of St. James. Let's begin. When Mr. Hiram B. Otis, the American minister, bought Canterbury Chase, everyone told him he was doing a very foolish thing, as there was no doubt at all that the place was haunted. Indeed, Lord Canterville himself, who was a man of the most punctilious honour, had felt it his duty to mention the fact to Mr. Otis when they came to discuss terms. "We have not cared to live in the place ourselves," said Lord Canterville, "since my granddaughter, the Dowager Duchess of Bolton, was frightened into a fit from which she never really recovered, by two skeleton hands being placed on her shoulders as she was dressing for dinner. And I feel bound to tell you, Mr. Otis, that the ghost has been seen by several living members of my family, as well as by the rector of the parish, the Reverend Augustus Dampier, who is a fellow of King's College, Cambridge. After the unfortunate accident to the Duchess, none of our younger servants would stay with us, and Lady Canterville often got very little sleep at night, in consequence of the mysterious noises that came from the corridor and the library." "My lord," answered the minister, "I will take the furniture and the ghost at a valuation. I have come from a modern country, where we have everything that money can buy, and with all our spry young fellows painting the old world red, and carrying off your best actors and prima donnas, I reckon that if there were such a thing as a ghost in Europe, we'd have it at home in a very short time in one of our public museums, or on the road as a show." "I fear that the ghost exists," said Lord Canterville, smiling, "though he may have resisted the overtures of your enterprising impresarios. It has been well known for 3 centuries, since 1584 in fact, and always makes its appearance before the death of any member of our family." "Well, so does the family doctor, for that matter, Lord Canterville. But there is no such thing, sir, as a ghost, and I guess that the laws of nature are not going to be suspended for the British aristocracy." "You are certainly very natural in America," answered Lord Canterville, who did not quite understand Mr. Otis's last observation. "And if you don't mind a ghost in the house, it is all right, only you must remember I warned you." A few weeks after this, the purchase was concluded, and at the close of the season, the minister and his family went down to Canterbury Chase. Mrs. Otis, who, as Miss Lucretia R. Tappan of West 53rd Street, had been a celebrated New York belle, was now a very handsome, middle-aged woman, with fine eyes and a superb profile. Many American ladies, on leaving their native land, adopt an appearance of chronic ill health, under the impression that it is a form of European refinement. But Mrs. Otis had never fallen into this error. She had a magnificent constitution and a really wonderful amount of animal spirits. Indeed, in many respects, she was quite English, and was an excellent example of the fact that we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. Her eldest son, christened Washington by his parents in a moment of patriotism, which he never ceased to regret, was a fair-haired, rather good-looking young man, who had qualified himself for American diplomacy by leading the German at the Newport Casino for 3 successive seasons, and even in London was well known as an excellent dancer. Gardenias and the peerage his only weaknesses. Otherwise, he was extremely sensible. Miss Virginia E. Otis was a little girl of 15, lithe and lovely as a fawn, and with a fine freedom in her large blue eyes. She was a wonderful Amazon, and had once raced old Lord Bilton on her pony twice round the park, winning by a length and a half, just in front of the Achilles statue, to the huge delight of the young Duke of Cheshire, who proposed for her on the spot, and was sent back to Eton that very night by his guardians in floods of tears. After Virginia came the twins, who were usually called the Star and Stripes, as they were always getting swished. They were delightful boys, and with the exception of the worthy minister, the only true republicans of the family. As Canterville Chase is 7 miles from Ascot, the nearest railway station, Mr. Otis had telegraphed for a wagonette to meet them, and they started on their drive in high spirits. It was a lovely July evening, and the air was delicate with the scent of the pine woods. Now and then they heard a wood pigeon brooding over its own sweet voice, or saw deep in the rustling fern the burnished breast of the pheasant. Little squirrels peered at them from the beech trees as they went by, and the rabbits scudded away through the brushwood and over the mossy knolls with their white tails in the air. As they entered the avenue of Canterville Chase, however, the sky became suddenly overcast with clouds. A curious stillness seemed to hold the atmosphere. A great flight of rooks passed silently over their heads, and before they reached the house, some big drops of rain had fallen. Standing on the steps to receive them was an old woman, neatly dressed in black silk, with a white cap and apron. This was Mrs. Umney, the housekeeper, whom Mrs. Otis, at Lady Canterville's earnest request, had consented to keep in her former position. She made them each a low curtsy as they alighted, and said in a quaint old-fashioned manner, "I bid you welcome to Canterville Chase." Following her, they passed through the fine Tudor hall into the library, a long, low room, panelled in black oak, at the end of which was a large stained-glass window. Here they found tea laid out for them, and after taking off their wraps, they sat down and began to look around, while Mrs. Umney waited on them. Suddenly, Mrs. Otis caught sight of a dull red stain on the floor just by the fireplace, and, quite unconscious of what it really signified, said to Mrs. Umney, "I am afraid something has been spilt there." "Yes, madam," replied the old housekeeper in a low voice, "blood has been spilled on that spot." "How horrid!" cried Mrs. Otis. "I don't at all care for bloodstains in a sitting-room. It must be removed at once." The old woman smiled, and answered in the same low, mysterious voice, "It is the blood of Lady Eleanor de Canterville, who was murdered on that very spot by her own husband, Sir Simon de Canterville, in 1575. Sir Simon survived her 9 years, and disappeared suddenly under very mysterious circumstances. His body has never been discovered, but his guilty spirit still haunts the Chase. The bloodstain has been much admired by tourists and others, and cannot be removed." "That is all nonsense," cried Washington Otis. "Pinkerton's champion stain remover and Paragon detergent will clean it up in no time." And before the terrified housekeeper could interfere, he had fallen upon his knees and was rapidly scouring the floor with a small stick of what looked like a black cosmetic. In a few moments no trace of the blood stain could be seen. "I knew Pinkerton would do it," he exclaimed triumphantly, as he looked round at his admiring family. But no sooner had he said these words than a terrible flash of lightning lit up the sombre room. A fearful peal of thunder made them all start to their feet, and Mrs. Umney fainted. "What a monstrous climate," said the American minister, calmly, as he lit a long cheroot. "I guess the old country is so overpopulated that they have not enough decent weather for everybody. I have always been of opinion that emigration is the only thing for England." "My dear Hiram," cried Mrs. Otis, "what can we do with a woman who faints?" "Charge it to her like breakages," answered the minister. "She won't faint after that." And in a few moments Mrs. Umney certainly came to. There was no doubt, however, that she was extremely upset, and she sternly warned Mr. Otis to beware of some trouble coming to the house. "I have seen things with my own eyes, sir," she said, "that would make any Christian's hair stand on end, and many a night I have not closed my eyes in sleep for the awful things that are done here." Mr. Otis, however, and his wife warmly assured the honest soul that they were not afraid of ghosts, and, after invoking the blessings of Providence on her new master and mistress, and making arrangements for an increase of salary, the old housekeeper dotted off to her own room. The storm raged fiercely all that night, but nothing of particular note occurred. The next morning, however, when they came down to breakfast, they found the terrible stain of blood once again on the floor. "I don't think it can be the fault of the Paragon detergent," said Washington, "for I have tried it with everything. It must be the ghost." He accordingly rubbed out the stain a second time, but the second morning it appeared again. The third morning also it was there. Though the library had been locked up at night by Mr. Otis himself and the key carried upstairs, the whole family were now quite interested. Mr. Otis began to suspect that he had been too dogmatic in his denial of the existence of ghosts. Mrs. Otis expressed her intention of joining the Psychical Society, and Washington prepared a long letter to Messrs. Myers and Podmore on the subject of the permanence of sanguineous stains when connected with crime. That night all doubts about the objective existence of phantasmata were removed forever. The day had been warm and sunny, and in the cool of the evening the whole family went out to drive. They did not return home till 9 o'clock, when they had a light supper. The conversation in no way turned upon ghosts, so there were not even those primary conditions of receptive expectations which so often precede the presentation of psychical phenomena. The subjects discussed, as I have since learned from Mr. Otis, were merely such as form the ordinary conversation of cultured Americans of the best class, such as the immense superiority of Miss Fanny Davenport over Sarah Bernhardt as an actress, the difficulty of obtaining green corn, buckwheat cakes, and hominy, even in the best English houses, the importance of Boston in the development of the world soul, the advantages of the baggage check system in railway travelling, and the sweetness of the New York accent as compared to the London drawl. No mention at all was made of the supernatural, nor was Sir Simon de Canterville alluded to in any way. At 11 o'clock the family retired, and by past all the lights were out. Some time after, Mr. Otis was wakened by a curious noise in the corridor outside his room. It sounded like the clank of metal, and seemed to be coming nearer every moment. He got up at once, struck a match, and looked at the time. It was exactly 1 o'clock. He was quite calm, and felt his pulse, which was not at all feverish. The strange noise still continued, distinctly the sound of footsteps. He put on his slippers, took a small oblong phial out of his dressing case, and opened the door. Right in front of him he saw, in the wan moonlight, an old man of terrible aspect. His eyes were as red burning coals, long grey hair fell over his shoulders in matted coils. His garments, which were of antique cut, were soiled and ragged, and from his wrists and ankles hung heavy manacles and rusty gyves. "My dear sir," said Mr. Otis, "I really must insist on your oiling those chains, and have brought you for that purpose a small bottle of the Tammany Rising Sun Lubricator. It is said to be completely efficacious upon one application, and there are several testimonials to that effect on the wrapper from some of our most eminent native divines. I shall leave it here for you by the bedroom candles, and will be happy to supply you with more should you require it." With these words, the United States minister laid the bottle down on a marble table, and, closing his door, retired to rest. For a moment, the Canterville ghost stood quite motionless in natural indignation. Then, dashing the bottle violently upon the polished floor, he fled down the corridor, uttering hollow groans and emitting a ghastly green light. Just, however, as he reached the top of the great oak staircase, a door was flung open. Two little white-robed figures appeared, and a large billow whizzed past his head. There was evidently no time to be lost, so, hastily adopting the fourth dimension of space as a means of escape, he vanished through the wainscoting, and the house became quite quiet. On reaching a small secret chamber in the left wing, he leaned up against a moonbeam to recover his breath, and began to try and realise his position. Never in a brilliant and uninterrupted career of 300 years had he been so grossly insulted. He thought of the Dowager Duchess whom he had frightened into a fit as she stood before the glass in her lace and diamonds, of the 4 housemaids who had gone into hysterics when he merely grinned at them through the curtains on one of the spare bedrooms, of the rector of the parish, whose candle he had blown out as he was coming late one night from the library, and who had been under the care of Sir William Gull ever since, a perfect martyr to nervous disorders, and of old Madame de Tremoulet, who, having wakened up one morning early and seen a skeleton seated in an armchair by the fire reading her diary, had been confined to her bed for 6 weeks with an attack of brain fever, and, on her recovery, had become reconciled to the Church and broken off her connection with that notorious sceptic, Monsieur de Voltaire. He remembered that terrible night when the wicked Lord Canterville was found choking in his dressing room with the knave of diamonds halfway down his throat, and confessed, just before he died, that he had cheated Charles James Fox out of £50,000 at Crockford's by means of that very card, and swore that the ghost had made him swallow it. All his great achievements came back to him again, from the butler who had shot himself in the pantry because he had seen a green hand tapping at the window pane, to the beautiful Lady Stutfield, who was always obliged to wear a black velvet band round her throat to hide the mark of 5 fingers burned upon her white skin, and who drowned herself at last in the carp pond at the end of the King's Walk. With the enthusiastic egotism of the true artist, he went over his most celebrated performances and smiled bitterly to himself as he recalled to mind his last appearance as Red Reuben or the Strangled Babe, his debut as Gaunt Gibeon, the bloodsucker of Bexley Moor, and the furore he had excited one lovely June evening by merely playing 9-pins with his old bones upon the lawn tennis ground. And after all this, some modern Americans were to come and offer him the Rising Sun lubricator and throw pillows at his head. It was quite unbearable. Besides, no ghost in history had ever been treated in this manner. Accordingly, he determined to have vengeance and remained till daylight in an attitude of deep thought. The next morning, when the Otis family met at breakfast, they discussed the ghost at some length. The United States minister was naturally a little annoyed to find that his present had not been accepted. "I have no wish," he said, "to do the ghost any personal injury, and I must say that, considering the length of time he has been in the house, I don't think it is at all polite to throw pillows at him." A very just remark, at which, I am sorry to say, the twins burst into shouts of laughter. Upon the other hand, he continued, "if he really declines to use the Rising Sun lubricator, we shall have to take his chains from him. It would be quite impossible to sleep with such a noise going on outside the bedrooms." For the rest of the week, however, they were undisturbed, the only thing that excited any attention being the continual renewal of the blood stain on the library floor. This certainly was very strange, as the door was always locked at night by Mr. Otis, and the windows kept closely barred. The chameleon-like colour, also, of the stain excited a good deal of comment. Some mornings it was a dull, almost Indian red, then it would be vermilion, then a rich purple, and once, when they came down for family prayers, according to the simple rites of the Free American Reformed Episcopalian Church, they found it a bright emerald green. These kaleidoscopic changes naturally amused the party very much, and bets on the subject were freely made every evening. The only person who did not enter into the joke was little Virginia, who, for some unexplained reason, was always a good deal distressed at the sight of the blood stain, and very nearly cried the morning it was emerald green. The second appearance of the ghost was on Sunday night. Shortly after they had gone to bed, they were suddenly alarmed by a fearful crash in the hall. Rushing downstairs, they found that a large suit of old armour had become detached from its stand and had fallen on the stone floor, while seated in a high-backed chair was the Canterbury ghost, rubbing his knees with an expression of acute agony on his face. The twins, having brought their pea-shooters with them, at once discharged 2 pellets on him, with that accuracy of aim which can only be attained by long and careful practice on a writing master, while the United States minister covered him with his revolver and called upon him, in accordance with Californian etiquette, to hold up his hands. The ghost started up with a wild shriek of rage and swept through them like a mist, extinguishing Washington Otis's candle as he passed, and so leaving them all in total darkness. On reaching the top of the staircase, he recovered himself, and determined to give his celebrated peal of demoniac laughter. This he had on more than one occasion found extremely useful. It was said to have turned Lord Raker's wig grey in a single night, and had certainly made 3 of Lady Canterville's French governesses give warning before their month was up. He accordingly laughed his most horrible laugh, till the old vaulted roof rang and rang again, but hardly had the fearful echo died away, when a door opened and Mrs. Otis came out in a light blue dressing gown. "I am afraid you are far from well," she said, "and have brought you a bottle of Dr. Dobell's tincture. If it is indigestion, you will find it a most excellent remedy." The ghost glared at her in fury, and began at once to make preparations for turning himself into a large black dog, an accomplishment for which he was justly renowned, and to which the family doctor always attributed the permanent idiocy of Lord Canterville's uncle, the Honourable Thomas Horton. The sound of approaching footsteps, however, naturally extremely annoying, but what really distressed him most was that he had been unable to wear the suit of mail. He had hoped that even modern Americans would be thrilled by the sight of a spectre in armour, if for no more sensible reason, at least out of respect for their natural poet Longfellow, over whose graceful and attractive poetry he himself had whiled away many a weary hour when the Cantervilles were up in town. Besides, it was his own suit. He had worn it with great success at the Kenilworth tournament, and had been highly complimented on it by no less a person than the Virgin Queen herself. Yet when he had put it on, he had been completely overpowered by the weight of the huge breastplate and steel casque, and had fallen heavily on the stone pavement, breaking both his knees severely and bruising the knuckles of his right hand. For some days after this he was extremely ill, and hardly stirred out of his room at all, except to keep the bloodstain in proper repair. However, by taking great care of himself, he recovered, and resolved to make a third attempt to frighten the United States Minister and his family. He selected Friday, August the 17th for his appearance, and spent most of that day in looking over his wardrobe, ultimately deciding in favour of a large slouched hat with a red feather, a winding sheet frilled at the wrists and neck, and a rusty dagger. Towards evening a violent storm of rain came on, and the wind was so high that all the windows and doors in the old house shook and rattled. In fact, it was just such weather as he loved. His plan of action was this. He was to make his way quietly to Washington Otis's room, gibber at him from the foot of the bed, and stab himself 3 times in the throat to the sound of low music. He bore Washington a special grudge, being quite aware that it was he who was in the habit of removing the famous Canterville bloodstain by means of Pinkerton's Paragon detergent. Having reduced the reckless and foolhardy youth to a condition of abject terror, he was then to proceed to the room occupied by the United States Minister and his wife, and there to place a clammy hand on Mrs. Otis's forehead, while he hissed into her trembling husband's ear the awful secrets of the charnel house. With regard to little Virginia, he had not quite made up his mind. She had never insulted him in any way, and was pretty and gentle. A few hollow groans from the wardrobe, he thought, would be more than sufficient, or, if that failed to wake her, he might grapple at the counterpane with palsy twitching fingers. As for the twins, he was quite determined to teach them a lesson. The first thing to be done was, of course, to sit upon their chests, so as to produce the stifling sensation of nightmare. Then, as their beds were quite close to each other, to stand between them in the form of a green, icy cold corpse, till they became paralysed with fear, and finally to throw off the winding sheet and crawl round the room with white bleached bones and one rolling eyeball in the character of Dumb Daniel, or the suicide skeleton, a role in which he had on more than one occasion produced a great effect, and which he considered quite equal to his famous part of Martin the Maniac, or the Masked Mystery. At 10:30 he heard the family going to bed. For some time he was disturbed by wild shrieks of laughter from the twins, who, with the light-hearted gaiety of schoolboys, were evidently amusing themselves before they retired to rest. But at 11:15 all was still, and as midnight sounded, he sallied forth. The owl beat against the window panes, the raven croaked from the old yew tree, and the wind wandered moaning round the house like a lost soul. But the Otis family slept unconscious of their doom, and high above the rain and storm he could hear the steady snoring of the Minister for the United States. He stepped stealthily out of the wainscoting, with an evil smile on his cruel, wrinkled mouth, and the moon hid her face in a cloud as he stole past the great oriel window, where his own arms and those of his murdered wife were blazoned in azure and gold. On and on he glided, like an evil shadow, the very darkness seeming to loathe him as he passed. Once he thought he heard something call and stopped, but it was only the baying of a dog from the Red Farm, and he went on, muttering strange 16th century curses, and ever and anon brandishing the rusty dagger in the midnight air. Finally, he reached the corner of the passage that led to luckless Washington's room. For a moment he paused there, the wind blowing his long grey locks about his head, and twisting into grotesque and fantastic folds the nameless horror of the dead man's shroud. Then the clock struck the quarter, and he felt the time was come. He chuckled to himself and turned the corner, but no sooner had he done so than with a piteous wail of terror he fell back and hid his blanched face in his long bony hands. Right in front of him was standing a horrible spectre, motionless as a carven image, and monstrous as a madman's dream. Its head was bald and burnished, its face round and fat and white, and hideous laughter seemed to have writhed its features into an eternal grin. From the eyes streamed rays of scarlet light. The mouth was a wide well of fear. Its head was bald and burnished, its face round and fat and white, and hideous laughter seemed to have writhed its features into an eternal grin. From the eyes streamed rays of scarlet light. The mouth was a wide well of fire, and a hideous garment, like to his own, swathed with its silent snows the Titan form. On its breast was a placard with strange writing in antique characters, some scroll of shame it seemed, some record of wild sins, some awful calendar of crime, and with its right hand it bore aloft a falchion of gleaming steel. Never having seen a ghost before, he naturally was terribly frightened, and after a second hasty glance at the awful phantom, he fled back to his room, tripping up in his long winding sheet as he sped down the corridor, and finally dropping the rusty dagger into the minister's jack boots, where it was found in the morning by the butler. Once in the privacy of his own apartment, he flung himself down on a small pallet bed and hid his face under the clothes. After a time, however, the brave old Canterville spirit asserted itself, and he determined to go and speak to the other ghost as soon as it was daylight. Accordingly, just as the dawn was touching the hills with silver, he returned towards the spot where he had first laid eyes on the grisly phantom, feeling that, after all, two ghosts were better than one, and that by the aid of his new friend he might safely grapple with the twins. On reaching the spot, however, a terrible sight met his gaze. Something had evidently happened to the spectre, for the light had entirely faded from its hollow eyes, the gleaming falchion had fallen from its hand, and it was leaning up against the wall in a strained and uncomfortable attitude. He rushed forward and seized it in his arms, when to his horror the head slipped off and rolled on the floor. The body assumed a recumbent posture, and he found himself clasping a white dimity bed curtain with a sweeping brush, a kitchen cleaver, and a hollow turnip lying at his feet. Unable to understand this curious transformation, he clutched the placard with feverish haste, and there, in the grey morning light, he read these fearful words: "Ye Otis ghost, ye only true and original spook, beware of ye imitations, all others are counterfeit." The whole thing flashed across him. He had been tricked, foiled, and outwitted. The old Canterville look came Chanticleer had sounded twice his merry horn, deeds of blood would be wrought, and murder walk abroad with silent feet. Hardly had he finished this awful oath when, from the red-tiled roof of a distant homestead, a cock crew. He laughed a long, low, bitter laugh and waited. Hour after hour he waited, but the cock, for some strange reason, did not crow again. Finally, at 7:30, the arrival of the housemaids made him give up his fearful vigil, and he stalked back to his room, thinking of his vain oath and baffled purpose. There he consulted several books of ancient chivalry, of which he was exceedingly fond, and found that on every occasion on which this oath had been used, Chanticleer had always crowed a second time. "Perdition seize the naughty fowl," he muttered. I've seen the day when, with my stout spear, I would have run him through the gorge and made him crow for me, and 'twere in death." He then retired to a comfortable lead coffin and stayed there till evening. So I'm going to leave it there now. That was the first 3 chapters of Oscar Wilde's Canterbury Ghost, and I will continue the rest of the book in another video. I hope you've enjoyed it and that you weren't too afraid. Thank you for joining me. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I am going to read the second and final part of Oscar Wilde's The Canterbury Ghost. We are up to chapter 4. The next day, the ghost was very weak and tired. The terrible excitement of the last 4 weeks was beginning to have its effect. His nerves were completely shattered, and he started at the slightest noise. For 5 days he kept his room, and at last made up his mind to give up the point of the blood stain on the library floor. If the Otis family did not want it, they clearly did not deserve it. They were evidently people on a low material plane of existence, and quite incapable of appreciating the symbolic value of sensuous phenomena. The question of phantasmic aberrations and the development of astral bodies was, of course, quite a different matter, and really not under his control. It was his solemn duty to appear in the corridor once a week, and to gibber from the large oriel window on the first and third Wednesdays in every month, and he did not see how he could honourably escape from his obligations. It is quite true that his life had been very evil, but, upon the other hand, he was most conscientious in all things connected with the supernatural. For the next 3 Saturdays, accordingly, he traversed the corridor as usual between midnight and 3 o'clock, taking every possible precaution against being either heard or seen. He removed his boots, trod as lightly as possible on the old worm-eaten boards, wore a large black velvet cloak, and was careful to use the rising sun lubricator for oiling his chains. I am bound to acknowledge that it was with a good deal of difficulty that he brought himself to adopt this last mode of protection. However, one night, while the family were at dinner, he slipped into Mr. Otis's bedroom and carried off the bottle. He felt a little humiliated at first, but afterwards was sensible enough to see that there was a great deal to be said for the invention, and, to a certain degree, it served his purpose. Still, in spite of everything, he was not left unmolested. Strings were continually being stretched across the corridor, over which he tripped in the dark, and on one occasion, while slide, which the twins had constructed from the entrance of the tapestry chamber to the top of the oak staircase. This last insult so enraged him that he resolved to make one final effort to assert his dignity and social position, and determined to visit the insolent young Etonians the next night in his celebrated character of Reckless Rupert, or the Headless Earl. He had not appeared in this disguise for more than 70 years. In fact, not since he had so frightened pretty Lady Barbara Modish by means of it, that she suddenly broke off her engagement with the present Lord Canterville's grandfather, and ran away to Gretna Green with handsome Jack Castleton, declaring that nothing in the world would induce her to marry into a family that allowed such a horrible phantom to walk up and down the terrace at twilight. Poor Jack was afterwards shot in a duel by Lord Canterville on Wandsworth Common, and Lady Barbara died of a broken heart at Tunbridge Wells before the year was out, so in every way it had been a great success. It was, however, an extremely difficult make-up, if I may use such a theatrical expression, in connection with one of the greatest mysteries of the supernatural, or to employ a more scientific term, the higher natural world, and it took him fully 3 hours to make his preparations. At last everything was ready, and he was very pleased with his appearance. The big leather riding boots that went with the dress were just a little too large for him, and he could only find one of the 2 horse pistols, but on the whole he was quite satisfied, and at 1:15 he glided out of the wainscoting and crept down the corridor. On reaching the room occupied by the twins, which I should mention was called the Blue Bedchamber on account of the colour of its hangings, he found the door just ajar. Wishing to make an effective entrance, he flung it wide open, when a heavy jug of water fell right down on him, wetting him to the skin, and just missing his left shoulder by a couple of inches. At the same moment he heard stifled shrieks of laughter proceeding from the 4-post bed. The shock to his nervous system was so great that he fled back to his room as hard as he could go, and the next day he was laid up with a severe cold. The only thing that at all consoled him in the whole affair was the fact that he had not brought his head with him, for, had he done so, the consequences might have been very serious. He now gave up all hope of ever frightening this rude American family, and contented himself, as a rule, with creeping about the passages in list slippers, with a thick red muffler round his throat for fear of draughts, and a small arquebuse in case he should be attacked by the twins. The final blow he received occurred on the 19th of September. He had gone downstairs to the great entrance hall, feeling sure that there, at any rate, he would be quite unmolested, and was amusing himself by making satirical remarks on the large Saroni photographs of the United States minister and his wife, which had now taken the place of the Canterville family pictures. He was simply but neatly clad in a long shroud, spotted with churchyard mould, had tied up his jaw with a strip of yellow linen, and carried a small lantern and a sexton's spade. In fact, he was dressed for the character of Jonas the Graveless, or the corp snatcher of Chertsey Barn, one of his most remarkable impersonations, and one which the Cantervilles had every reason to remember, as it was the real origin of their quarrel with their neighbour, Lord Rufford. It was about 2:15 in the morning, and as far as he could ascertain, no one was stirring. As he was strolling towards the library, however, to see if there were any traces left of the bloodstain, suddenly there leapt out on him from a dark corner 2 figures, who waved their arms wildly above their heads and shrieked out, "Boo!" in his ear. Seized with a panic, which under the circumstances was only natural, he rushed for the staircase, but found Washington Otis waiting for him there with the big garden syringe, and being thus hemmed in by his enemies on every side and driven almost to bay, he finished into the great iron stove, which fortunately for him was not lit, and had to make his way home through the flues and chimneys, arriving at his own room in a terrible state of dirt, disorder, and despair. After this he was not seen again on any nocturnal expedition. The twins lay in wait for him on several occasions, and stewed the passages with nutshells every night, to the great annoyance of their parents and the servants, but it was of no avail. It was quite evident that his feelings were so wounded that he would not appear. Mr. Otis consequently resumed his great work on the history of the Democratic Party, on which he had been engaged for some years. Mrs. Otis organised a wonderful clam bake, which amazed the whole county. The boys took to lacrosse, euchre, poker, and other American national games, and Virginia rode about the lanes on her pony, accompanied by the young Duke of Cheshire, who had come to spend the last week of his holidays at Canterbury Chase. It was generally assumed that the ghost had gone away, and in fact Mr. Otis wrote a letter to that effect to Lord Canterville, who in reply expressed his great pleasure at the news, and sent his best congratulations to the minister's worthy wife. The Otises, however, were deceived, for the ghost was still in the house, and though now almost an invalid, was by no means ready to let matters rest, particularly as he heard that among the guests was the young Duke of Cheshire, whose granduncle, Lord Francis Stilton, had once bet 100 guineas with Colonel Carberry that he would play dice with the Canterville ghost, and was found the next morning lying on the floor of the card-room in such a helpless paralytic state that though he lived on to a great age, he was never able to say anything again but double sixes. The story was well known at the time, though of course, out of respect to the feelings of the 2 noble families, every attempt was made to hush it up, and a full account of all the circumstances connected with it will be found in the 3rd volume of Lord Tattle's Recollections of the Prince Regent and his Friends. The ghost then was naturally very anxious to show that he had not lost his influence over the Stiltons, with whom indeed he was distantly connected, his own first cousin having been married to the Sieur de Bulkley, from whom, as everyone knows, the Dukes of Cheshire are lineally descended. Accordingly, he made arrangements for appearing to Virginia's little lover in his celebrated impersonation of the vampire monk or the bloodless Benedictine, a performance so horrible that when old Lady Startup saw it, which she did on one fatal New Year's Eve in the year 1764, she went off into the most piercing shrieks, which culminated in violent apoplexy, and died in 3 days, after disinheriting the Cantervilles, who were her nearest relations, and leaving all her money to her London apothecary. At the last moment, however, his terror of the twins prevented his leaving his room, and the little Duke slept in peace under the great feathered canopy in the royal bedchamber, she was running past the tapestry chamber, the door of which happened to be open, she fancied she saw someone inside, and thinking it was her mother's maid, who sometimes used to bring her work there, looked in to ask her to mend her habit. To her immense surprise, however, it was the Canterbury ghost himself. He was sitting by the window, watching the ruined gold of the yellowing trees fly through the air, and the red leaves dancing madly down on the long avenue. His head was leaning on his hand, and his whole attitude was one of extreme depression. Indeed, so forlorn and so much out of repair did he look, that little Virginia, whose first idea had been to run away and lock herself in her room, was filled with pity and determined to try and comfort him. So light was her footfall, and so deep his melancholy, that he was not aware of her presence till she spoke to him. "I am so sorry for you," she said, "but my brothers are going back to Eton tomorrow, and then, if you behave yourself, no one will annoy you." "It is absurd asking me to behave myself," he answered, looking round in astonishment at the pretty little girl who had ventured to address him. "Quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through the keyholes and walk about at night, if that is what you mean. It is my only reason for existing." "It is no reason at all for existing, and you know you have been very wicked. Mrs. Umney told us, the first day we arrived here, that you had killed your wife." "Well, I quite admit it," said the ghost petulantly, "but it was a purely family matter and concerned no one else." "It is very wrong to kill anyone," said Virginia, who at times had a sweet Puritan gravity, caught from some old New England ancestor. "Oh, I hate the cheap severity of abstract ethics. My wife was very plain, never had my ruffs properly starched, and knew nothing about cookery. Why, there was a buck I had shot in Hogley Woods, a magnificent pricket, and do you know how she had it sent to table? However, it is no matter now, for it is all over, and I don't think it was very nice of her brothers to starve me to death, though I did kill her." "Starve you to death? Oh, Mr. Ghost, I mean Sir Simon, are you hungry? I have a sandwich in my case. Would you like it?" "No, thank you. I never eat anything now, but it is very kind of you, all the same, and you are much nicer than the rest of your horrid, rude, vulgar, dishonest family." "Stop!" cried Virginia, stamping her foot. "It is you who are rude and horrid and vulgar, and as for dishonesty, you know you stole the paints out of my box to try and furbish up that ridiculous blood stain in the library. First you took all my reds, including the vermilion, and I couldn't do any more sunsets. Then you took the emerald green and the chrome yellow, and finally I had nothing left but indigo and Chinese white, and could only do moonlight scenes, which are always depressing to look at and not at all easy to paint. I never told on you, though I was very much annoyed, and it was most ridiculous, the whole thing, for who ever heard of emerald green blood?" "Well, really," said the ghost rather meekly, "what was I to do? It is a very difficult thing to get real blood nowadays, and as your brother began it all with his paragon detergent, I certainly saw no reason why I should not have your paints. As for colour, that is always a matter of taste. The Cantervilles have blue blood, for instance, the very bluest in England, but I know you Americans don't care for things of this kind. You know nothing about it, and the best thing you can do is to emigrate and improve your mind. My father will be only too happy to give you a free passage, and though there is a heavy duty on spirits of every kind, there will be no difficulty about the custom house, as the officers are all Democrats. Once in New York, you are sure to be a great success. I know lots of people there who would give $100,000 to have a grandfather, and should like America." "I suppose because we have no ruins and no curiosities," said Virginia, satirically. "No ruins, no curiosities," answered the ghost. "You have your navy and your manners. Good evening. I will go and ask Papa to get the twins an extra week's holiday." "Please don't go, Miss Virginia," he cried. "I am so lonely and so unhappy, and I really don't know what to do. I want to go to sleep, and I cannot." "That's quite absurd. You have merely to go to bed and blow out the candle. It is very difficult sometimes to keep awake, especially at church, but there is no difficulty at all about sleeping. Why, even babies know how to do that, and they are not very clever." "I have not slept for 300 years, he said sadly, and Virginia's beautiful blue eyes opened in wonder. "For 300 years I have not slept, and I am so tired." Virginia grew quite grave, and her little lips trembled like rose leaves. She came towards him, and kneeling down at his side, looked up into his old withered face. "Poor, poor ghost," she murmured. "Have you no place where you can sleep?" "Far away beyond the pine woods," he answered in a low, dreamy voice, "there is a little garden. There the grass grows long and deep. There are the great white stars of the hemlock flower. There the nightingale sings all night long. All night long he sings, and the cold crystal moon looks down, and the yew tree spreads out its giant arms over the sleepers." Virginia's eyes grew dim with tears, and she hid her face in her hands. "You mean the garden of death," she whispered. "Yes, death. Death must be so beautiful, to lie in the soft brown earth with the grasses waving above one's head, and listen to silence, to have no yesterday and no tomorrow, to forget time, to forget life, to be at peace. You can help me. You can open for me the portals of death's house, for love is always with you, and love is stronger than death is." Virginia trembled. A cold shudder ran through her, and for a few moments there was silence. She felt as if she was in a terrible dream. Then the ghost spoke again, and his voice sounded like the sighing of the wind. "Have you ever read the old prophecy on the library window?" "Oh, often," cried the little girl, looking up. "I know it quite well. It is painted in curious black letters, and is difficult to read. There are only 6 lines. When a golden girl can win prayer from out the lips of sin, when the barren almond bears, and a little child gives away its tears, then shall all the house be still, and peace come to Canterbury. But I don't know what they mean." "They mean," he said sadly, "that you must weep with me for my sins, because I have no tears, and pray with me for my soul, ghost glided on more swiftly, and Virginia did not listen. When they reached the end of the room, he stopped and muttered some words she could not understand. She opened her eyes and saw the wall slowly fading away like a mist, and a great black cavern in front of her. A bitter cold wind swept around them, and she felt something pulling at her dress. "Quick, quick," cried the ghost, "or it will be too late." And in a moment the wainscoting had closed behind them, and the tapestry chamber was empty. Chapter 6. About 10 minutes later the bell rang for tea, and as Virginia did not come down, Mrs. Otis sent up one of the footmen to tell her. After a little time he returned and said that he could not find Miss Virginia anywhere, as she was in the habit of going out to the garden every evening to get flowers for the dinner table. Mrs. Otis was not at all alarmed at first, but when 6 o'clock struck and Virginia did not appear, she became really agitated and sent the boys out to look for her, while she herself and Mr. Otis searched every room in the house. At 6:30 the boys came back and said that they could find no trace of their sister anywhere. They were all now in the greatest state of excitement and did not know what to do, when Mr. Otis suddenly remembered that some few days before he had given a band of gypsies permission to camp in the park. He accordingly at once set off for Black Fell Hollow, where he knew they were, accompanied by his eldest son and 2 of the farm servants. The little Duke of Cheshire, who was perfectly frantic with anxiety, begged hard to be allowed to go too, but Mr. Otis would not allow him, as he was afraid there might be a scuffle. On arriving at the spot, however, he found that the gypsies had gone, and it was evident that their departure had been rather sudden, as the fire was still burning, and some plates were lying on the grass. Having sent off Washington and the 2 men to scour the district, he ran home and dispatched telegrams to all the police inspectors in the county, telling them to look out for a little girl who had been kidnapped by tramps or gypsies. He then ordered his horse to be brought round, and after insisting on his wife and the 3 boys sitting down to dinner, rode off down the Ascot Road with a groom. He had hardly, however, gone a couple of miles when he heard somebody galloping after him, and looking round, saw the little Duke coming up on his pony, with his face very flushed and no hat. "I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Otis," gasped out the boy, "but I can't eat any dinner as long as Virginia is lost. Please don't be angry with me. If you had let us be engaged last year, there would never have been all this trouble. You won't send me back, will you? I can't. I won't go." The minister could not help smiling at the handsome young scapegrace, and was a good deal touched at his devotion to Virginia. So leaning down from his horse, he patted him kindly on the shoulders and said, "Well, Cecil, if you won't go back, I suppose you must come with me, but I must get you a hat at Ascot." "Oh, bother my hat, I want Virginia," cried the little Duke, laughing, and they galloped on to the railway station. There Mr. Otis inquired of the station master if anyone answering to the description of Virginia had been seen on the platform, but could get no news of her. The station master, however, wired up and down the line and assured him that a strict watch would be kept for her, and after having bought a hat for the little Duke from a linen draper who was just putting up his shutters, Mr. Otis rode off to Bexley, a village about 4 miles away, which he was told was a well-known haunt of the gypsies, as there was a large common next to it. Here they roused up the rural policeman, but could get no information from him, and after riding all over the common, they turned their horses' heads homewards and reached the Chase about 11 o'clock, dead tired explained their sudden departure by saying that they had mistaken the date of Chawton Fair and had gone off in a hurry for fear they should be late. Indeed, they had been quite distressed at hearing of Virginia's disappearance, as they were very grateful to Mr. Otis for having allowed them to camp in his park, and 4 of their number had stayed behind to help in the search. The carp pond had been tracked, and the whole chase thoroughly gone over, but without any result. It was evident that, for that night at any rate, Virginia was lost to them, and it was in a state of the deepest depression that Mr. Otis and the boys walked up to the house, the groom following behind with the 2 horses and the pony. In the hall they found a group of frightened servants, and lying on a sofa in the library was poor Mrs. Otis, almost out of her mind with terror and anxiety, and having her forehead bathed with eau de cologne by the old housekeeper. Mr. Otis at once insisted on her having something to eat, and ordered up supper for the whole family. It was a melancholy meal, as hardly anyone spoke, and even the twins were all struck and subdued, as they were very fond of their sister. When they had finished, Mr. Otis, in spite of the entreaties of the little Duke, ordered them all to bed, saying that nothing more could be done that night, and that he would telegraph in the morning to Scotland Yard for some detectives to be sent down immediately. Just as they were passing out of the dining room, midnight began to boom from the clock tower, and when the last stroke sounded, they heard a crash and a sudden shrill cry. A dreadful peal of thunder shook the house. A strain of unearthly music floated through the air. A panel at the top of the staircase flew back with a loud noise, and out on the landing, looking very pale and white, with a little casket in her hand, stepped Virginia. In a moment they had all rushed up to her. Mrs. Otis clasped her passionately in her arms, the Duke smothered her with violent kisses, and the twins executed a wild war dance round the group. "Good heavens, child, where have you been?" said Mr. Otis, rather angrily, thinking that she had been playing some foolish trick on them. "Cecil and I have been riding all over the country looking for you, and your mother has been frightened to death. You must never play these practical jokes any more." "Except on the ghost, except on the ghost," shrieked the twins as they scampered about. "My own darling, thank God you are found. You must never leave my side again," murmured Mrs. Otis, as she kissed the trembling child and smoothed the tangled gold of her hair. "Papa," said Virginia quietly, "I have been with the ghost. He is dead, and you must come and see him. He had been very wicked, but he was really sorry for all that he had done, and he gave me this box of beautiful jewels before he died." The whole family gazed at her in mute amazement, but she was quite grave and serious, and turning round, she led them through the opening in the wainscoting, down a narrow secret corridor. Washington followed with a lighted candle, which she had caught up from the table. Finally, they came to a great oak door, studded with rusty nails. When Virginia touched it, it swung back on its heavy hinges, and they found themselves in a little low room with a vaulted ceiling and one tiny grated window. Embedded in the wall was a huge iron ring, and chained to it was a gaunt skeleton that was stretched out at full length on the stone floor, and seemed to be trying to grasp with its long, fleshless fingers an old-fashioned trencher and a ewer that were placed just out of its reach. The jug had evidently been once filled with water, as it was covered inside with green mould. There was nothing on the trencher but a pile of dust. Virginia knelt down beside the skeleton, and folding her little hands together, began to pray silently, while the rest of the party looked on in wonder. tragedy whose secret was now disclosed to them. "Hello!" suddenly exclaimed one of the twins, who had been looking out of the window to try and discover in what wing of the house the room was situated. "Hello! The old withered almond tree has blossomed. I can see the flowers quite plainly in the moonlight." "God has forgiven him," said Virginia gravely, as she rose to her feet, and a beautiful light seemed to illuminate her face. "What an angel you are!" cried the young Duke, and he put his arms round her neck and kissed her. Chapter 7. 4 days after these curious incidents, a funeral started from Canterbury Chase at about 11 o'clock at night. The hearse was drawn by 8 black horses, each of which carried on its head a great tuft of nodding ostrich plumes, and the leaden coffin was covered by a rich purple pale, on which was embroidered in gold the Canterbury coat of arms. By the side of the hearse and the coaches walked the servants with lighted torches, and the whole procession was wonderfully impressive. Lord Canterbury was the chief mourner, having come up specially from Wales to attend the funeral, and sat in the first carriage along with little Virginia. Then came the United States Minister and his wife, then Washington and the 3 boys, and in the last carriage was Mrs. Umney. It was generally felt that, as she had been frightened by the ghost for more than 50 years of her life, she had a right to see the last of him. A deep grave had been dug in the corner of the churchyard, just under the old yew tree, and the service was read in the most impressive manner by the Reverend Augustus Dampier. When the ceremony was over, the servants, according to an old custom observed in the Canterville family, extinguished their torches, and as the coffin was being lowered into the grave, Virginia stepped forward and laid on it a large cross made of white and pink almond blossoms. As she did so, the moon came out from behind a cloud and flooded with its silent silver the little churchyard, and from a distant copse a nightingale began to sing. She thought of the ghost's description of the Garden of Death. Her eyes became dim with tears, and she hardly spoke a word during the drive home. The next morning, before Lord Canterville went up to town, Mr. Otis had an interview with him on the subject of the jewels the ghost had given to Virginia. They were perfectly magnificent, especially a certain ruby necklace with old Venetian setting, which was really a superb specimen of 16th century work, and their value was so great that Mr. Otis felt considerable scruples about allowing his daughter to accept them. "My lord," he said, "I know that in this country mortmain is held to apply to trinkets as well as to land, and it is quite clear to me that these jewels are or should be heirlooms in your family. I must beg you accordingly to take them to London with you, and to regard them simply as a portion of your property, which has been restored to you under certain strange conditions. As for my daughter, she is merely a child, and has as yet, I am glad to say, but little interest in such appurtenances of idle luxury. I am also informed by Mrs. Otis, who I may say is no mean authority upon art, having had the privilege of spending several winters in Boston when she was a girl, that these gems are of great monetary worth, and if offered for sale would fetch a tall price. Under these circumstances, Lord Canterville, I feel sure that you will recognise how impossible it would be for me to allow them to remain in the possession of any member of my family, and indeed all such vain gauds and toys, however suitable or necessary to the dignity of the British aristocracy, would be completely out of place among those who have been brought up on the severe, and I believe immortal, principles of republican simplicity. Perhaps I should mention ancestor. As it is extremely old, and consequently a good deal out of repair, you may perhaps think fit to comply with her request. For my own part, I confess I am a good deal surprised to find a child of mine expressing sympathy with medievalism in any form, and can only account for it by the fact that Virginia was born in one of your London suburbs, shortly after Mrs. Otis had returned from a trip to Athens. Lord Canterbury listened very gravely to the worthy minister's speech, pulling his grey moustache now and then to hide an involuntary smile, and when Mr. Otis had ended, he shook him cordially by the hand and said, "My dear sir, your charming little daughter rendered my unlucky ancestor, Sir Simon, a very important service, and I and my family are much indebted to her for her marvellous courage and pluck. The jewels are clearly hers, and, egad, I believe that if I were heartless enough to take them from her, the wicked old fellow would be out of his grave in a fortnight, leading me the devil of a life. As for their being heirlooms, nothing is an heirloom that is not so mentioned in a will or legal document, and the existence of these jewels has been quite unknown. I assure you I have no more claim on them than your butler, and when Miss Virginia grows up, I dare say she will be pleased to have pretty things to wear. Besides, you forget, Mr. Otis, that you took the furniture and the ghost at a valuation, and anything that belonged to the ghost passed at once into your possession, as whatever activity Sir Simon may have shown in the corridor at night, in point of law, he was really dead, and you acquired his property by purchase." Mr. Otis was a good deal distressed at Lord Canterville's refusal, and begged him to reconsider his decision, but the good-natured peer was quite firm, and finally induced the minister to allow his daughter to retain the present the ghost had given her, and when, in the spring of 1890, the young Duchess of Cheshire was presented at the Queen's first drawing-room on the occasion of her marriage, her jewels were the universal theme of admiration, for Virginia received the coronet, which is the reward of all good little American girls, and was married to her boy lover as soon as he came of age. They were both so charming, and they loved each other so much, that everyone was delighted at the match, except the old Marchioness of Dumbleton, who had tried to catch the Duke for one of her 7 unmarried daughters, and had given no less than 3 expensive dinner parties for that purpose, and strange to say, Mr. Otis himself. Mr. Otis was extremely fond of the young Duke personally, but theoretically he objected to titles, and, to use his own words, was not without apprehension lest, amid the enervating influences of a pleasure-loving aristocracy, the true principles of republican simplicity should be forgotten. His objections, however, were completely overruled, and I believe that when he walked up the aisle of St. George's, Hanover Square, with his daughter leaning on his arm, there was not a prouder man in the whole length and breadth of England. The Duke and Duchess, after the honeymoon was over, went down to Canterbury Chase, and on the day after their arrival they walked over in the afternoon to the lonely churchyard by the pine woods. There had been a great deal of difficulty at first about the inscription on Sir Simon's tombstone, but finally it had been decided to engrave on it simply the initials of the old gentleman's name, and the verse from the library window. The Duchess had brought with her some lovely roses, which she strewed upon the grave, and after they had stood by it for some time, they strolled into the ruined chancel of the old abbey. There the Duchess sat down on a fallen pillar, while her husband lay at her feet, smoking a cigarette and looking up at her beautiful eyes. Suddenly he threw his answered, smiling. "You have never told me what happened to you when you were locked up with the ghost." "I have never told anyone, Cecil," said Virginia gravely. "I know that, but you might tell me." "Please don't ask me, Cecil. I cannot tell you." "Poor Sir Simon. I owe him a great deal." "Yes, don't laugh, Cecil, I really do. He made me see what life is and what death signifies, and why love is stronger than both." The Duke rose and kissed his wife lovingly. "You can have your secret as long as I have your heart," he murmured. "You have always had that, Cecil, and you will tell our children some day, won't you?" Virginia blushed. The end. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers. I hope you enjoyed that story, The Canterbury Ghost by Oscar Wilde, and I shall see